Hello, it's me again, der buyer, and today we are starting a new automation campaign with the goal to build the best luxury cars in the world. The boundary conditions will be basically no money and 100x difficulty. I'm starting in Gasmir. The reason for that is that I probably never did a full campaign playthrough from Gasmir, and yeah, might be quite interesting to only have Helvetia in the start and then the high demand market Dalua in the very end. So the high demand market for luxury cars. Company by the name will be called Might Motors because they're pretty mighty. So yeah, the only thing I'm giving myself is a tiny plot and a tiny factory. You need a little bit of starting capital if you don't have any money, so that will give us a little bit to, yeah, basically take out a loan with. Yeah, we are missing a few points to get to 100x difficulty multiplier, so I will just upgrade market volatility and engineering time. Yeah, so 100% engineering time it is, and then we are ready to go. So let's take a look at the demographics. We have Gasmir and Helvetia, and a lot of demand for luxury cars, a few convertible luxury, and yeah, luxury premium is actually what I would like to go for, but 34 cars is not a lot and we won't sell more than 1 or 2 cars per month. And yeah, that's not feasible with the tiny factory, which is definitely outputting a few dozen cars a month. So we definitely have to go for luxury and maybe convertible luxury. Budgets are quite okay, 37, 42,000 there. Luxury premium, of course, would be a lot nicer, but yeah, let's try to do that, those two. And with the main market obviously being luxury because it's larger. Obviously, we need something large and we need a sedan with 4 doors. This one is a body I like. I will try to explain a bit my choices in the beginning, because I see there are not too many good campaign let's plays out there, and maybe you can learn a thing or two for your own games. So yeah, obviously when starting with a small factory, a tiny factory, we have no chance for steel presses to fit them in. So aluminium it is. Also, we will play a lot with leather frames in the beginning. Monocoques will also need at least a medium factory. So let's look at this. And yeah, for suspension, obviously, independent suspensions is important for comfort, and double wishbone, of course, is the premium suspension for the very beginning. For the engines, this will be something in the beginning we have to buy from a engine supplier, because we don't have any money to build an engine factory and it would produce way too many engines for us. So yeah, I'm trying to get high prestige out of the engine, not necessarily high sportiness, but also try to keep the cost down. How to do that is basically large capacity, many cylinders. Power is an afterthought. So yeah, obviously V12 it is. I could go for V16, but that's a bit overkill, and maybe we do that later when the luxury premium market is actually large enough. So for the beginning I go for 7.5 liters. And the rest needs to be cheap and not produce too much power so that it's still drivable. So let's go for push rod. Obviously here also a harmonic damper is important because it will make the car more smooth, and we can increase the flywheel mass, the balancing mass a bit, so that we have a very smooth engine. So here with the carbs, I'm currently comparing the cost. Basically, the eco carbs do make less power, but are more expensive. Economy is not so important for me. Maybe I just go with the cheaper option then. And now I'm basically just optimizing for high smoothness, nice flat torque curve, and still a bit of efficiency, so we can, for example, decrease the spring stiffness. With the fuel, I go for 92 because it's highest availability in Gasmia and Hedvisia, and I also don't want to make a lot of power. Yeah, that will be it. 130 kilowatts maybe. But I also could try to make the engine cheaper, and one way to do that is to reduce the family quality. So yeah, I'm running into stress now at -3 quality, but if you take a look at, if I hold the engine here and then reduce the quality, you see that engineering time is a lot lower, and I can use that time to make the engine cheaper afterwards, also during engineering. Yeah, I've prepared a car design. For those who don't know, here in the advanced trim settings, you can paste paste fixtures and paints from other cars. And with copy fixtures, you can copy them and paste them, for example, into a text file where you can retrieve them later on and paste them here. So that's what I do right now. So with the right order, this is pretty straightforward and fast. So first you do the morphs, then the advanced trim, then fixtures, then paint. And then it will look exactly like it did in Sandbox, with one exception, and that's the rims. Don't know why those are not saved in fixtures, but yeah, you have to do that manually. So I've prepared the car and it's time for a first optimization run. So typically I first build the whole car, and then when I have all the graphs, I go into all the sliders and set them to reasonable values. So here I just got rid of wheel spin by choosing longer gears. Medium tires are typically the most comfortable ones. Yes. Hard long life have less rolling resistance, so would be a bit better for prestige. And here in brakes, I typically go for slightly above the line for both brakes, front and rear. For the pad type, of course, for comfort, we choose quite something low. We run into a bit of fade, but that's not a big problem. I don't care about airflow too much, typically, so I'll just leave it where it is. Interior is one of the most things in our cars, in the luxury cars, and it never hurts to invest a little bit of quality here, but you have to be aware that prices shoot up, material cost especially, so don't overdo it, especially in the beginning when you don't have too much budget in your target demographics. Typically what I will aim for here in this Let's Play is to be in comfort and prestige better than our competitors, and not only just, but hopefully by around 10%. That means that I'm also still competitive a few years thereafter when the car is finished engineering. And here for steering I chose recirculating ball because it's more comfortable, slightly at least, and more drivable because the car is quite heavy already. Here I can adjust the weight distribution a little bit because it's so heavy. I probably shift a little bit to the rear. That will give us an easier time tuning the suspension for optimum drivability. The weight itself, for us, heavier is better because it's more comfortable and more safe. but yeah, it's also costly, and yeah, you could do a little bit, but for now I still don't do it because yeah, first get the company up and running, and then we can build the ultimate cars. And here for the suspension, for luxury and comfortable cars, you don't want to be too quick into the corners, because then the body will roll a bit more. So you can also reduce camber a bit. And typically in the presets also the sway bars are way too hard for good comfort ratings. So we're through with our first run. Now let's check our competition. Okay, that's not looking too bad. We have 3 competing teams as of now. We don't have the drivability of our competitors. We don't have the sportiness, but we are better in comfort already by 3%, and a lot better in prestige. So in prestige we're already at our target. Comfort could be a little bit better. So let me see what I can still do. And always check your detailed stats if you don't know what to do. So here in comfort, I see gearbox is pretty bad. That's because we don't have automatic gearboxes yet, so nothing we can do about it. What else could we do? It's crazy that they complain about passenger volume. It's a huge car and only 4 seats. But yeah, there's not too much we actually can do. And I also don't want to spend too much quality. I am not sure what I should do. So maybe I just leave it as it is. I made it a little bit heavier. Now we're 5% better, so let's keep it like this. It's looking good here in luxury. It says price perception penalty because it thinks we are too cheap, but we will raise the price, of course. Luxury premium, even more price perception penalty, but yeah, that won't be our target market anyway. Right, it will have the creative name Mark 1. And yeah, this is the sedan, and I will create a convertible now. And don't forget to set your soft top here. 4 seats is what they want. I leave the rest as it is. Oh, it's oversteering a bit. And with that, let's head to engineering. So here, the most important thing is that we don't have money. We have a valuation of 2.8 million. That means our cost of the project must be a lot below that. And we can do that by shortening the time, by making it less reliable. My basic trick. I don't care about reliability. And yeah, we'll see what else we have to do to get the time down, but we still want the project to run for a little bit so that we have time for marketing to grow our brand awareness a bit, so that we actually sell a few cars. So I try to improve the process because the expensive interior will be a huge driver of our cost. So I try to save some money there. So yeah, aiming for 36 months, including the reduction already. 92k engineering cost is okay, I guess. The only downside is it will be really, really unreliable, but yeah, the rest is quite good. We even had the chance to set the pressure slider lower than default, so we will learn a little bit, which will help us in the future. Yeah, for the engine, I'm basically able to achieve similar things. 36 months, no cost, V12 for 41 production units. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. So we will order it in Gasmia because the labor costs are lower. Workforce skill would be higher in Helvetia, but yeah, labor cost is lower, so contract it is. Yeah, still an expensive engine at 8.8k, so yeah, ouch. Yeah, our car factory is tiny. So, and I think we cannot fit any upgrades, so Leatherworks would be nice for us, but we cannot fit it into the tiny factory. I want to be flexible with my shifts, so I start with 0. So the lowest should be 0.5 because I will probably not sell a lot in the beginning. And what I also like to do is to reduce my worker wages quite a bit. So in tiny factories, it still doesn't take a lot of time to fill it. And we even can raise the worker quality a bit. So I don't care if we have more. If it takes a little bit to fill my factory, then I will just sell the pre-orders later. And that gives us a nice possible profit per car. Still can optimize it a little bit with the automation tooling sliders because tiny factories are very cheap. I can probably get more out of this. Yeah, I can afford that construction cost. All right. So now what I'm doing here is to aim for about the utilization of one shift. That means I can survive if the economy is changing, and I can also, if the economy is growing a lot, I can still increase my production rate. So I will set the prices accordingly. So this is not looking too bad, I guess. Might even be a little bit on the low side, but I probably start with these values. And with this, we're basically done. The only thing that's important now is to check here. I can get more than 100% for my project, which is important because I don't have money, so I need to get more. I also need to set it so that I get more. So what's the total loan amount? You see it here, 665k. That's 240 more than the project costs. And that's exactly the money I could spend on marketing. So that's not a lot. I will increase it therefore. Still, the interest cost per month is not high, so I just take 200%. And I will pay 170,000 more for the interest. But I still, in the beginning, I want to keep my expenses low, so I just take maximum payback time. And don't forget to save and sign off. Exciting. We have signed off, and now one very important thing is to not forget about your marketing. Either do it now, or even better is to wait 1 month, because then you know how much money you actually get extra from the loan, and that is what you can spend on marketing without going into the negative. So, wow, 4,700K is what we can spend. And if you take a look here, so luxury and convertible luxury, they want comfort and prestige. And each one of those is just way too expensive for us. So what we need to do is to take a secondary stat and invest into that. And if you take a look here, we see that we have 5% on smoothness and 5.4% on footprint. Here we have 7.5 on smoothness and also 5.4 on footprint. So smoothness and footprint is probably what we want to do. In Gasmia, it's similar, but with less focus on footprint. So in Gasmia, we definitely do smoothness. In Helvetia, sorry. And it's quite cheap. Oh, footprint is very expensive in Gasmia because all of the demographics like huge cars here. So let's not do that. And so I'm at 6,700. This is too much. So let's do it like this. Now all we have to do is wait and see if we get some pre-orders. Now see here, we have massive income. Yeah, what's not so nice is the economy here. It's going down the drain and we are getting closer to our launch. It's 1.5 years away. Hooray! And we have sold our first car. It's the convertible. Very, very nice. So now with the pre-order money, we have 5,000 more to spend on marketing. And second car, or not second, we already have 3 here. So fourth car here, first sedan. Alright, now we are at 4 cars per month and I can afford something nicer in Helvetia. For example, comfort. Yes. But the economy is not really looking nice. Okay, I think I can afford something in Gasmia now. Yeah, let's go for prestige here. And we have reached the bottom and we are very close to selling and producing. It is production time and yeah, massive gains, but probably because yeah, that was for the factory probably. So next month we will get rid of all the pre-orders and then we will see where we really are. But I will still go for a bit of marketing. Okay. 44 deliveries. And it looks like we are currently not keeping up with the production of the sedan because we are first selling the convertible, which has a higher margin. But I don't think that it's looking all too bad. Automatic drivetrain will come in 1 year and that's when we will start with our facelift, I guess. Also reverse flow. Maybe I go for that, but that will require a engine facelift. I'm not too sure about that. So I still think we're massively overproducing and just getting rid of pre-orders, so that's why I reduce my maximum shift count so that we get rid of our pre-orders a little bit slower. But in general, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, we would only have 11 cars for sale each month, and currently we're still producing 27, which means even at 0.5 factory shifts, we would still be overproducing. So the economy really needs to recover, or I need to lower my prices. But yeah, economy is coming back, I hope. In the meantime, I'm collecting a bit of money. You could also say I should probably invest into something useful already in R&D. And that could be body or chassis, which is important and expensive, but also interior. And interior is where we will spend a lot of our money. So let's do that. If I can get it up to 2 years, I might have the phonograph ready in 1953. And that's when I probably want to design my next car. I'm not doing it yet. Okay, now we have reached a point where our pre-orders are gone and we are producing a little bit more than what we can sell. But we're luckily up to 14 cars now. And we're still making a profit. Perfect balance while building stock. I don't like that it is increasing the factory shifts. I will set it to 0.5. Okay, so we have reached 1950 and we should have automatic drivetrain available. So that's a good time to do the first facelift. So the only thing I changed was the automatic gearbox, and the rest is the same. I also don't update the engine yet with reverse flow mufflers. I don't think that's worth it. And the project is expensive, so we need to reduce the cost here. $21 months it is, 500,000 plus factory. Yeah, retooling also 100k, so not too cheap for our small pockets, but we can do this. We'll aim for similar prices. We were a little bit more effective because of yeah, the interior, which has gotten cheaper a bit. So we have a little bit higher margin as well. Still hovering around 1 shift. And for this one, I don't need a loan. I think I can do this. 800k or 600k is the project cost. No problem. So here we can also see where we are selling, and it's just a tiny part of the overall market. We limit it to our awareness, then it's a bit more. And we are not selling anything in Helvetia currently. Okay, maybe we are just a little bit too expensive. Yep, it looks like we are earning more. We are quite nicely balanced with our expenses right now, which is good for avoiding the tax man. As good as it gets. Now let's check our stock. Stock is increasing. We will have 3 months of downtime and we are around that mark already, so let's just keep it as it is. I'm just afraid that the economy will go down even further very soon. And now our sales are going down because we are already selling pre-orders of the new car. So we have to survive a bit. The factory is more expensive. Yeah, it's nice that it says it should only cost 2.9k and I have to pay 110. Thank you. And our facelift is ready. But it says my engine is not being produced. Let's see. Okay, no. It seems to work, yeah. Things are looking good. Currently, of course, we have a lot of profit because of all of the remaining cars in stock. And we definitely need that money because we will have a project coming up very soon. So I will do the next project whenever the interior is available, I think. My engine contract has a quality issue. Why do I have to pay this? High fixed difficulty, medium discovery chance. I need prestige, so I will just pay. Full recall. Good company. And with this, we only have one car in stock and somehow it doesn't want to sell, so I'll just scrap it. And now we are properly selling. Nice. Economy is good. And with this, we are in 1954. We have unlocked the phonograph, and that will mean a new car will be designed very soon. We have had a very successful start. Company valuation is up at 11 million. We started at below 3. We have 8 million in the bank, which must be enough for the next car. But that's already 6 million more than what we had for the first car. This time we don't get this 36-month engineering bonus, so it will be a challenge to get something on the market. We'll see which shortcuts we have to take. Probably, maybe, not designing a new engine. We'll see. If you liked what you saw, if you learned something today, and if you want to see how we further progress with Might Motors, then don't forget to subscribe. And I hope to see you all again next time. Bye bye. Hello, it's me again, der Bayer, and welcome to our second episode of the Might Motors campaign playthrough, where we try to build the most luxurious and best cars in the world. I have here now our car from the first episode, the Might Mark I, launched in BeamNG Drive, and yeah, it's time to get to work, drive to work, see how it drives, and see what we can improve with our next generation car. I have also not the first version, I have the facelift version with the automatic gearbox, so very nice and smooth driving here. We have our mighty V12 7.5 liters revving all the way up to 3.5k, but yeah, we'll never use that, of course, we're just cruising along. The car itself has a very sleek looking design, maybe not very American, not very Gasmian. I try to go for a bit of a mix here between American and European style. So also went for a quite aerodynamic look. I hope you all like it, and if not, please let me know what I can improve. Maybe quick look a bit closer to the design, so I try to keep the grille design for the future, or yeah, just keeping somewhat of a brand identity. Also the hood ornament, just a aerodynamic blob on there. I have these kind of ridges on the hood and also on the trunk to reduce vibrations and therefore noise inside the vehicle. And I also painstakingly created this nice chrome line all around the car with many individual bumper bar fixtures. So yeah, it was quite a lot of work, but I like the outcome. Also really like the bump of the hood here. So yeah, I'm quite pleased with this design. We have seen also in the past, in the playthrough, that we already had some quality issues. So there is already some fun going on that, yeah, the might in Might Motors does not stand for a very mighty car, but rather for the fact that the car only might work. We try to change that in the future. I don't know if we have the money already to do so. Maybe we also want to improve the handling of our cars in the future. So this one is very, as you would expect, very heavy, doesn't like to corner at all. But yeah, it feels realistic for a luxury car of the time. The power is just a little bit too much for the weight, so you can get it to spin the wheels, which is also quite nice, but it's also quite controllable for a rear-wheel drive car here. So as an automation export in BeamNG, very happy with that. Yeah, so the car only might work. We have quality problems, and I also recognize this when you take a look at our side mirrors, that they tend to wobble a bit. So we have to fix our side mirrors for the future, of course. Yeah, as I'm quite pleased. Feels like a proper luxury car also when driving it. Also doesn't necessarily lock up the brakes too much, and I think we are pretty close to our factory here, and yeah, it's time to get to work. And here we are back in our office. Things are looking good. We have 8 million in the bank, 11 million company valuation, and it's 1954. So it's definitely time for a new car. We probably should have started a little bit earlier. Our last facelift is already 4 years old in its design. So we should really try to get a new car out as soon as possible, and also maybe try to scale up our production. So let's get right into designing Mark II. Again, we have a luxury focus for the sedan car. This will be our main car. And yeah, I took quite a lot of time to try and see which kind of car body I want to take, which fits the brand. These are all a bit too American style for my taste. So I might use an older body. Also, this one is quite old from automation perspective and not too nice. I rather prefer something from 1947. And this is this one, 3-meter wheelbase. And I think I can make it look like a Might. The problem is this is quite old. That means it will get an old body penalty. So usually always try to get the newest bodies so that the customers like your new fancy cars. In this case, I just don't want to do it, and I hope that the body age penalty is not as large as that it would hinder me further down the road. We'll see. So here we have our default setup, also where we have the most of familiarity. The only thing we can do in a tiny factory, the only thing we can maybe do when we go to a small factory. So no steel material, as we don't have monocoque and not a medium-sized factory yet. And with that, I would work on a facelift of our old engine family. For the engine, I don't want to change all that much, I guess. Maybe go for a bit better headers to increase the power output. So we definitely shouldn't lose performance compared to the old one or stay at the same level. We definitely want to increase a bit, as more top speed will also give us more prestige and also more power. And I also go for the reverse flow headers, of course. So that's quite a nice gain, 20% more power, I think is quite reasonable. And I imported design again, so this is what it will look like. From the front, quite European, I would say. On the side and on the rear, a little bit more on the American side with the big chrome bumper. Don't know if it's too much of two separate cars, and also with the tail fins here. But yeah, I'm also quite happy with it. Maybe not as happy as with the first one, but still, I think it's quite detailed and nice. And yeah, again, for the first thing, I just choose the common options and then optimize in the second run. All right, now the car is standing properly on its wheels, and yeah, that's basically it. I also went for a basic interior design again, although it's not too detailed, so don't look too closely. Yep, and that's basically it. So let's try to tune it. First iteration already is quite nice. Bit more gears. Let's see here, we have a little bit of wheel spin. Well, I also want to have some drivability, so acceleration means a bit of drivability. I don't want it to be too slow. 13 seconds from 0 to 100 seems about right. Wheels, let me check. Yeah, medium compound is a little bit more comfortable, so I go with this one. Brakes, we still need to tune those, and also of course more comfortable brake pad. I cannot get the brake force, but it's not too much of an issue. So just want to make sure that the car doesn't lock up at the rears in BeamNG. So with this should be okay. Get a little bit of fade. Yeah, this is a luxury car, it's okay. Again, I don't care about cooling and aerodynamics yet. I already have one quality point here. I can see if I want to increase it a little bit further, but you see already this one click gives a lot of higher material costs. So I probably stay with that. Yeah, very expensive, so that means we just need to do more research in this area. And here, again, recirculating ball, killing all the sportiness, and advanced 50 safety. So I want to stay on top of things. And the car is quite nice balanced, so I don't need to mess with weight distribution here a lot. Good, so let's see what the competition is doing. Less drivable, yeah, quite heavy car, it's okay. Yeah, no sportiness, that's okay. Wow, nice. 20% more comfort and massive prestige. So yeah, I think we will do quite well. We're also better in safety and have a very smooth engine. Excellent. So yeah, quick build, looks good. Maybe adjust the price a bit more. 20 sales, what was it, 35? Yeah, not for $35. 35k, 40. Yeah. Let's see. It also depends a bit on our manufacturing capacity we will have in the end. No, again, not $40, 40k. Okay. All right, first car done. Let's get on with the convertible. Alright, yeah, that's basically it, except that we have an issue with our mirrors again. That's not acceptable. Excellent. And we have here the rear deck. Alright. This will be a luxury convertible, looking excellent already. Don't change too much, as this will shoot up your engineering times, so I will just leave it as it is. And as a little specialty, as I would like to turn up the production and maybe move into a small factory if I can afford it, I will also build a coupe version for the Grand Tourer. And this will focus on GT Premium, or maybe even GT. What's the budget? I think we need to go for GT, as there are not many GT Premiums yet. What I also like to do is take the hoist down so that the preview pictures are done when the car is standing on the ground. So this will then also show up in the dashboard. Just make sure that I turn all the hoists down. Alright, now the difficult part, engineering time. We need to get this thing out soon. And with soon, I would like to have 2 years, but that's impossible basically. I took a look at the time here. So maybe I can get it down to 4 years. Let's see, and also the cost is something we need to reduce. So again, reliability will have to suffer for this one. Okay, that's already looking better here, but not yet here. So I probably won't be able to optimize the tooling and process, and this can influence your profit margin quite a bit. So we have to optimize those in a facelift and get the first version out with a bit smaller profit margin. Okay, so 8.2 million it would be for 48 months. I guess I have to go with that. In the future I need to focus on learning a bit more. But for this car I'm just too late to start it. The engine is looking better as it's just a facelift. So here I can maybe even go into reliability. Nice. But I also want to save cost as far as I can. So that's it, 3.6 for the engine, also very expensive. I will stick with the contract of course, because factories are just too expensive for me now. 9.5k for this. So here now, let's see how much a small factory costs, and then this would be our workshop in the future, maybe when we move into luxury premium in the end. So this would be the hand building workshop, but for now let's just build a small factory. Also I will just build it on a small plot, not being able to upgrade in the future. Maybe at some point we want to go medium, but yeah, if I have to buy a new plot, I will just lose a little bit, so I'm fine with that. Small one, of course, for the start. And the question is, can I get Leatherworks or not? 10 million. Would love to have it. So Leatherworks basically improves the production efficiency of handmade interior. So it removes the hand building flag and makes them just into limited production. So in the long term, definitely a good idea to do. So we see it here in the production efficiency. I have 3 trims here in a small factory. You can always, some ways say, in a tiny factory 2 trims, in a small factory 3 trims, in a medium factory 4 trims, something like that. And I can just check what's the difference when I deselect the leatherworks. And then it's just 3%. In the production cost, let's take a look at the production cost, 17.4k. And if I add the leatherworks, it's 17.3. So nope, I'm not taking it for this one yet. I think the production numbers are too low to justify it. And we need to keep the cost down, of course. So just some basic settings here. Yeah, worker quality and wages, of course, can be something to reduce cost. Want to save a bit of money at least. And still, Gasmia has so many people and they all want to work for me. And they have good people. Excellent. Yeah, that's a good setup, I guess. Still, we will have quality issues probably. And then tooling, yeah, this is now of course more expensive than it was earlier. But still reasonably possible. I think it's a worthwhile investment to bump up quality. We have a lot of tooling. More automation is less quality. And it's only a minor thing for our profit margins. So let's see, looking good, but the prices could be adjusted a bit. So the GT is obviously getting us the least money. I hope it doesn't eat into the luxury cost market too much. Okay, now I'm really much down here. But yeah, I'll just start like this. I will do more marketing to bump up our awareness and hopefully then the factory utilization. But let's first see if I can actually afford it, of course. It's all aligned. Staffing is not an issue as the factory takes ages to build. So I could even make them better or just hire better workers. I can go for 100%, I guess, because I only need 1 shift in the beginning. And now let's talk about money. Okay, I can get all the loan that I need. That's good. Yeah, 5 million just for interest is maybe a bit much. I reduce my interest rate a bit by taking less. The project is reasonably cheap. I also have almost half of it in the... No, not half of it in the bank, just 8 million in the bank. So let's go with 75% and increase our payback time so that the rates are reasonable. Let's say 300k, 77 months. Save. And I think this is looking quite well. Now I'm just thinking if I should increase my profit margin on the car and spend more money because I can get so much money from the bank right now. But I'd rather play it a bit more safe. Okay, so let's see how it goes. The car, the Mark 1 is still selling quite nicely. Let's give it 1 tick and see how much money we have, and then maybe we do more R&D and marketing. So this is looking excellent. And we still have stock. And our we are selling quite nicely now. Okay, let's check R&D. We have still quite a bit of money, and I would like to spend, or what do I want to get? Automatic 3 gears is something nice. Solid discs, of course, is nice. So the next car I will probably start in the 60s, because then we also have advanced safety and I cannot research all of that myself. So maybe I just increase also a bit on the body and chassis side to get better suspension. One more on interior, or is that too much? I'll just try it. And then we're good here. Let's do less interior and rather focus on marketing. Pretty low cost as of now. I would like to go into prestige. This should be a big boost. That's worth it. And then let's see. We are still making a healthy profit, but I still also want to save a bit of money because we will spend some money while the factory is being produced. So let's do it like this. Also, I am not allowed to forget about canceling production of the Mark I once the new factory is running, because it won't get any engines anymore. So let's take a look at our sales as of now. We're in luxury, convertible luxury, and already selling in GT Premium, so that will even be better in the future when we get our GT car. But we are already running out of stock, and I need to bump up my production. So why do I want to get rid of my pre-orders? You see here that the delay desirability penalty, I get 13% less sales because people have to wait for their car for 1 or 2 months. So they need a fancy car very urgently, and that's why I need to produce more. Yeah, we have reduced the penalty to 6.6% already, and it will further go down as we are currently building more cars than we can sell per month. I'm super happy that the Mark I is holding up so nicely. Yeah, still very good desirability in luxury, in GT Premium and convertible luxury. So this will keep us afloat until over the next 2 years. I think I can spend a little bit in R&D now. Our research share has gone up to more than 25%, so I think that's the upper limit we should go for. We don't want to waste too much money on research if it's not necessary. Also, I need to keep an eye on my stock so that we don't have too much stock once the new car is ready. We have too many convertibles as of now, and the other ones are selling already, or being pre-ordered. And now factory construction is kicking in. And we are losing a bit of money, but that's not a problem. I paused the convertible. I think I have enough. And I can pause the sedan. Economy is looking excellent for the launch of the new car, which has just completed engineering. Excellent. And we are almost rid of the old car, and we are selling like crazy. Let's wait one more tick to see about production, if we need to increase it. So we're mostly building convertibles as of now, because they have the largest profit margin, but this will change in the next month, and we're making a huge profit, so excellent. But still, of course, some of the old cars are going into this, so this will change. But as I said, I want to get a facelift out of this new one as soon as possible. I don't think we have massive overproduction, so I don't need to upgrade the factory. Right now we are at 1.5 shifts, that's good. So just a quick facelift to make it a bit more efficient, and then then wait till 1960, where we will design the new car. Oh, nice, we have radial tires now. We definitely should fit them to all of the cars that we have. Of course, now with more grip, we also have more problems reaching the grip limits while braking. Brakes are just too weak, but yeah, still braking distance is not good. Is it worth to sacrifice 0.2 comfort for 1 meter, 1.5 meters? No. Actually, maybe it would. In real life, you would do it, of course, to save a few more lives, but this is not real life. Phonograph should have gotten a lot cheaper already. Yeah, but still, increasing the quality here is just eating into our margin. Hydraulic ball steering, more comfort. So that's the direct comparison. $149. Yeah, it's definitely better, but is it worth it? I think that's the change is too much for this generation of car. This is something for the next one. And yeah, we also need some unique selling point, of course, for the next generation. But maybe the progressive springs. This is definitely something I want to fit here. So, summary, progressive springs and radial tires. I guess I'll do that also for the other two cars. Also fix the bottoming out here for the convertible. Here I wanted to get the Grand Touring version a bit more sporty, but the steering and everything is so bad and the automatic gearbox that it's not worth it, because we can't get above 0 sportiness. We already get a penalty for low sportiness, so definitely something to take a look at. Body age penalty already 4.6%, here it goes, so definitely necessary. This will be a short version of the car, we need to get something new out after this in 1960. And now the main reason, making this one more efficient. And getting process up is quite cheap. Yeah, 18 months I think is reasonable. Engine can stay the same. Yeah, this is looking really nice, but I also don't want to discount the prices too much. We are a premium company and this should show in the prices. Oh, the margins are looking juicy. Yeah, this obviously decreased the factory utilization a lot. Yeah, let's do it like this. Same prices as before. And this time for 3.4 million I don't need any loan. Oh, I need to fix this. The people are still pre-ordering the old car because it's not completely out of production yet, because it's still sitting in the old workshop. Probably also, yeah, I still pay something for the post factory stuff. Probably have to create an empty factory configuration for the workshop. So just design the factory, not building a new thing here. It cost me 450k and that's fine. No loan. Sign it off. Yeah, I experienced that before. When I create an empty factory configuration, I get some kind of error. So what I'll do now, I just save and the game exited, go back in, and then it's away. Here we are again, and now it shouldn't complain anymore. Yeah, perfect. We have no more factory stuff that's just sitting around, so we fired them all, and also the car is no longer clogging up this view here. So now we just have to get, yeah, we really have to get our stock up because we have 7 months of retooling going on. Yeah, I need to ramp up the production. Minimum shifts 2.5. Yeah, we need to do this quickly. Yeah, of course we don't have the stuff for that. Yeah, so we might run out of cars. And or money. Just to be sure, I paused the production. I ran into this stupid bug. Factory shutdown for retooling here, and here it's not doing anything. So I'm sure it would have been further produced. So I don't know what it should have been, if this one should be longer or this one should be shorter. Yeah, ran into this problem again. But we are recouping all of the money that we have invested into our stock. Just we have a little bit too many cars now. And we have higher refresh cost. Again, here the values are different. 63k, 260k, but I'll pay that. And now it's actually starting, and we have way too many old cars. Yeah, but they will hopefully help to decrease our pre-orders a bit. Yeah, now profits are looking proper. Factory is running at 1.5. And then we're almost in 1960. Damn, this factory is now really, really efficient in the car. So this facelift was so worth it. And one more month. And the taxman will be happy. Yes, oh god. 4.5 million out of the window. Yeah, but that's the end of this episode. Super happy with how it's going. We might be able to expand. I'm just not sure about into which direction I'm going. So I'm now already in the Grand Touring direction. It's too early for some sports utility premium stuff. So maybe you have an idea where we should go. If you have any idea, please leave a comment. Also, please comment on which car is your favorite, Mark 1, Mark 2. Which kind of the game you would like to understand more and better. Maybe I can focus on that. And then I hope to see you all again next time. Thank you for watching, and bye bye. Hello, it's me again, der Bayer, and we are back in BeamNG for a test drive of the Grand Touring model of the Mark II. Both Mark 1 and Mark II are available for you to download in the BeamNG mod repository, so head over there if you want to try them yourself. From now on, I will use a Beam section at the beginning of each episode to talk a bit about the lore and the future strategy of the company. If you're interested, stay with me. If not, I marked the different chapters of the video in the timeline for easy navigation, so feel free to skip ahead. The Mark II design was quite well received with its mix of European and American design cues. It also continues to use some characteristic elements from the Mark I, like the grille or the ridges on bonnet and trunk lids, but it's quite a lot more boxy. Engine power has increased quite a bit as well, but still it is very much a cruiser and not a sports car. There have been some private entries of the Mark I in rally events though. They have not been successful because the car is sluggish, too large, too heavy, and not reliable enough, but it was recognized by the company's management. Maybe a motorsports program would help to improve the reputation of building unreliable cars. So what a coincidence that the Gasmian Motorsports Association announced the Gasmian Touring Car Championship, with its first season to be started in 1963. It will be held according to Group 2 regulations, which will allow quite some modification to the cars. The cars need to be 4-seaters, which is not a problem. The main hurdle for Might Motors is a minimum production number of 1000 cars with the same body variant within 12 months, in order to be homologated for racing. Both the Mark I and Mark II cannot fulfill this requirement with the low production numbers. But the production cannot be scaled up easily without putting profitability at risk, and the car is too heavy and sluggish anyway for racing, even though the engagement is not meant to be about showing maximum performance, but rather durability. Still, it would be good to not be the slowest car on the grid, and maybe it would also be good to be somewhat affordable for privateers to race. So the decision is made. A new model line will be introduced targeting less wealthy but still premium-oriented demographics. The car should be a bit more simple but still comfortable and prestigious, while having a sporty touch. And it must be able to be produced in a high enough number within 12 months. Quite ambitious goals for a tiny manufacturer of luxury cars. But this is the goal for this episode: to introduce the new model and to target homologation for racing. The new model also means that the old, let's say, naming scheme of Mark I, II, and so on is no longer viable. So after endless discussions with the small marketing team, it was decided to name the new generation of cars after major rivers in the Great Lakes area of Kashmir. The new luxury model will be the Claris, the new premium model will be the Bramble, and we have two more names, Godwit and Avon, available for other models in the future. Oh, and by the way, let's say the company is located in Windley. Enough story time for now. It is time to test the company's cars and learn about potential improvements for the homologation model. So from now on, I will test each new car on a hill climb stage and the automation test track. Again, if you would like to skip those, use the chapters in the timeline. Skill issues, or let's say outtakes, will be placed at the end of each episode, because I know that's what you're waiting for, right? So let's get started. So here we are again, and yeah, last time I told you that we are doing so fine and our profits are excellent and I don't know where to spend my money basically, but it's not all that good actually, because I noticed we are selling off our old stock, and of course that contributes a lot to our profits. So if you say the prices are similar to the version 2 here, we are selling almost half of that off stock, and that's maybe not a good thing. We still should be profitable, but we'll see how good it actually is. So now let's focus on getting our plan into action. So we need to build a more mass market oriented model, and we need to make sure that we can actually produce 1000 pieces a month and see if we can afford that. So far we have 30 million in the bank. Company valuation is actually lower than that, probably because we have still quite some loans. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's actually okay, 14 millions in loans. That's quite alright. I'd say let's get started and see if we can actually afford it, and see if we can get it to market in a reasonable amount of time so that we can join the racing. Maybe not in 1963, but in 1 or 2 years after that. Yeah, interesting is, where do we now market this? In general, Might Motors is about high budget, so maybe that's a good way to start. But we also should take a look at something that we can actually sell the cars so that the demographics are large enough. So let's see. So with our current awareness, from the premium point of view, premium looks good, of course. Family premium. Maybe family sport premium. Let's take a look at the budgets. Family sport 26.4, premium 26.5. So that's all good. Everybody needs a sedan. Everybody likes 4 seats. So maybe those are our 2 main demographics. And because we are aiming it at a more sporty market, maybe for now, let's choose family sport. As a body, I like this one very much. 2.9 meter version. We are still building huge or large cars. I tried it out earlier in Sandbox. It will come out at around 4.7 meters. So I think that's fine. Now question, 2 doors or 4 doors? We're going into family. Let's make it a 4-door. That also fits more into the we have comfortable rear seats and stuff brand image. Then the bigger problem, it probably still needs aluminium panels, because I definitely cannot yet afford a medium factory. Also, because we cannot afford a medium factory, it will definitely be leather, so proper shit for racing. And also, to separate it a bit more from the upper market models, we only give it semi-trailing arm rear suspension. Still independent, so it should be good, but let's just do that. And of course we need a new engine, and instead of V12 we just choose half a V12 and make a new project. Let's aim for a 4 liter inline 6. Still, we'd go for push rods to keep it simple and quick, but advanced aluminium. So we have the highest familiarity in single barrel, and I maybe stay with this one just to save engineering time. We need to be quick. And still, this is not a very sporty model. We still have the premium intent, so that's my muffler setup I'm choosing. And then let's see where we are getting at. Right, I had to quickly change everything to horsepower again, and yeah, also to the basic design room, just to make it consistent. We are currently at 150 horsepower, which is quite decent. And I'm overstressing the engine. Maybe the first version will not have all of the stroke, and we rather go down to 3.6 liters maybe. Yeah, I think standard settings are actually quite good here. Question is now, do I want to go for tubular headers or not? They would be nice for power and for the raceability, but I also think headers are free when you go racing, so you can adjust headers when you, according to the Group 2 regulations, headers are possible to be changed. It's actually quite good. Engineering time 67, it says right here. We will see at the end where we actually land. And now it's actually time to name the car. And this one, the model is called the Brembo. Time for some design magic again. And now the big question. Gearbox probably needs to be manual, even though we are aiming for the premium market, but Family Sport should like it. For racing we have to keep the gearbox, so let's choose the manual one. Diff will be open, we don't have the time and money to afford something more advanced, and it's not a proper race car. It still should represent the company. Also steering, I should probably go for hydraulic ball, even though it's bad. We'll see if we have to change it. Oh yeah, for now it's pretty bad because of low sportiness. We have to make it more sporty. Even premium doesn't like it. But we didn't set up gearing yet, we didn't set up braking yet, so let's see. Yeah, the key is in the suspension. If you make it a bit harder, comfort will suffer, but yeah, Family Sport does like it a lot more. Still cannot get it up to premium though. Premium probably needs a lot more comfort. So I guess I have to stick with Family Sport. But as you see in the suspension tab, this is not a sporty setup, so there's a mix between comfort and drivable, so it's still quite fine, I think. Okay, yeah, by choosing manual rack and pinion I get all my sportiness back, and comfort doesn't really suffer a lot, just 2.2 points, and then I have a proper sporty car, and everybody likes it, even Muscle Premium. Does this market already exist is the question. Yeah, small one. Yeah, I think I go with this. It's a bit more sporty than I thought, but I think it fits. Yeah, I think this is looking good. Budgets. Muscle Premium actually has a very nice budget. Let's see if we can sell it for around this price or a little bit higher. But first let's see how we can actually afford it. So 53 months is more than 4 years. I try to get it down to 3 years, and also I need to cut the cost, so it needs to be done quicker. If we can get it down to 3 years, we have 1 year to build 1000 cars, and we'll join the second season of racing. Don't want to sacrifice all the reliability. Something like this. 10 million is a lot though. Even worse here for the engine. And I need another engine contract. Or can I afford my own engine factory? That would be really nice. Oh, aluminium foundry. That pushes up the price. I cannot afford it yet. Stupidly expensive engine. If it's necessary, I will go back to cast iron. So if the margins are too low and if I cannot earn any money with it. And I also need another small factory, but maybe, because this is somewhat the mass market model, but maybe I can put it onto a medium plot already. Definitely cannot afford a medium factory, so let's see how much we can get out of a small one. 278 per month. That would be awesome. That means I can meet the production goal. So it says this one needs 13 months to be built. Yeah, it looks alright. Alright, this looks really good. So the factory is already too small. Let's see if I can afford this one. Okay, the sales price is also much too low. 22k minimum. Let's start with this. This should get us the loan. This is a really nice forecast. I can get all the loan I need at a very good rate as well. 5 years should do it. I think I have enough money. I also don't need so much loan. Let's just take 50%. Alright, there we are with the Bramble. I would say we wait with the new model. So the other one was a 54. I know it's quite old and it already gets a desirability penalty for the old body, but I will wait a bit longer until we start with the new one. But maybe we already start a little bit of marketing into the family sports direction. Right, we are almost out of stock of the old car, so now our profits are back to where they should be. And I also see I should invest a bit more in research. It's only, let's say, 10%. So let's do a bit more. Oh, I would really like to have the hydro pneumatic when we start with the new model. So now we're basically out of stock. I'm selling off the remaining 3 cars. They sometimes don't like to be sold. So still looking healthy. I think I can still invest a bit more into marketing as well. Should I market reliability? I think that's not a good idea as of now. Oh, we're already selling the Bramble. Excellent. Oh, I didn't check about staffing. I hope that works out. Now that I think about it, the loan amounts I could get were so high, I should have probably been more aggressive and built my own engine factory. But let's save that for the facelift. And there we will also create another variant of the Bramble. Not just a sedan, but maybe also a coupe version and maybe a wagon version. We'll see. Yeah, let's pay attention to what's happening here. So the Grand Touring model is nicely requested. So we're definitely not able to sell all of the cars that we could. So let's produce a bit more. And we're still not able to meet the demand, so let's raise the prices. I know we're earning too much money now, but I'm just collecting it for building factories then. We will need a lot larger factories. Alright, there we have it. The Bramble has entered the market and we already produced nothing. Let's let it run one more tick. Then we get our first batch of production. And we have produced and delivered 328. That means within 3 months and a little bit, we are able to deliver and build 1,000 cars, which is basically just in time for the racing season of 1963. I didn't expect that, but pretty nice. I will make sure to nail down the production at 2.0 shifts because we are already fulfilling our pre-orders. And it might be that the factory will be turned down. So for all of these story reasons, I will put this to 2, so to make sure that we get enough cars, and then once we have them, we'll turn it down a notch. For now, for this episode, this was it. I hope you like the new model we have brought to the market, and yeah, maybe next time we'll prepare a racing version of it, just for the fun of it, and then the new trim with new models, and we will also bring the new luxury car generation to the market. If you have liked the playthrough so far and haven't subscribed yet but still would like to be notified, please like, subscribe, and I hope to see you all again next time. Thanks for watching, bye bye. Hello, it's me again, der Bayer, and we are back in our automation luxury campaign with Might Motors in 1963. Again, we are starting with a bit of background story, while we take a ride in BeamNG with the brand new Bramble, a sporty premium sedan from our last episode. Thousands of Might Motors cars have already been downloaded from the Beam mod repository and are spreading like a virus. The Bramble has recently been added as well, so take a look if you want to try it out. By the way, after analyzing the last video with the extensive track testing and seeing that many people skipped it, I will move this section out of the main campaign videos and rather have the hot lap section and outtakes in separate videos. Those uncommented videos will be released a few days after each regular episode. Coming back to the Bramble. We have just released it with the target to be homologated for racing. Therefore we need to build 1000 cars within 1 year, and it looks like we will be able to do it. Once we have produced enough cars, we will build a Group 2 spec touring car out of it. We'll see how this turns out. One major flaw can easily be seen after a few meters of track testing. We still don't have mounted limited slip differentials, and our drivers will hate us for this. And probably all the Beam players too. I will make sure that this never happens again and cut less corners in the future. But most importantly, it is time for a new flagship as a successor to the Mark II, and this model line will be called the Claris from now on. While the Mark II was well received in the market, the design was less elegant than the Mark I. Early customers would like us to go back to the roots. So let's try to create something a bit more iconic within this episode, something that really stands out from the masses. And with the Bramble being the lower end of the model range, it is also time to build the ultimate luxury trim in a limited production version. This one will also get a new engine. I will see if I can get a proper V16 justified for it. I hope the luxury premium market is already large enough to make it not a complete financial disaster. At least we have the factory for it already, a tiny workshop where the company has been started and the first Mark Is have been assembled. We will also continue with our general expansion. So the Bramble needs more diverse trims, and maybe we can expand the production facilities already. Also, I want to get the first Might Motors engine factory down, which will produce the inline-6 engine and raise our margins. Currently, we are not earning a lot of money with the Bramble, because the engine is basically responsible for half of the car cost. An engine factory should help us to shovel in some money. This money can be used for more marketing, more R&D, and maybe, just maybe, to make the cars more reliable. After all, our goal is to build the best and most prestigious cars in the world. I doubt they are the best when they are constantly falling apart. As of now, Might Motors is on a strong upwards trend, and the introduction of the Bramble certainly will contribute to the growth plan. We will cover more markets, stay on the slightly overpriced side, and try to conserve the slowly building brand legacy. Let's get to work. So here we are for a quick status report. We have 93 million in the banks, which is roughly the company valuation. That means our assets and our loans will basically balance themselves out, and we have made a big profit, but we are still selling basically pre-orders of mostly the Bramble. So here our pre-orders are slowly being reduced. For the Mark II, we still have problems to keep up with production, so maybe an expansion is necessary there for the Claris, the follow-up version. Things are looking good in general. We also have now very smooth suspension available, so let's try to use that for the next version. But first of all, let's take also a look at where we actually sell our cars. So here we see we are basically selling into the bottom right corner, which means all of the demographics which have a bit of money, and let's try to increase our overall market share. So we are still at very low shares here, mostly due to too low production and too high prices. We will keep with the high prices side, of course. So I'd say let's get going. So when we also take a look at the Bramble, we see that we have currently 326 cars sold of the 1000 we need to produce within this year. We are on a good path, but it's not yet time to build a racing version. So let's start with the Claris instead. So this will be our base model. I will try to make it not look like a Citroen, not too much at least, which is very hard with this very iconic body shape. problem of this body shape is that we don't have a coupe version of this anymore. So the Grand Touring stuff probably is a bit lacking, but yeah, we'll have to stick with it and see how it goes. It just has to be good enough so that we can offset the body type penalty. The basic setup of the Cleres will stay identical. We still don't produce or sell enough of it to justify monocoque production, so we have to stick with leather, but I hope to change that at some point in the future. "8-liter V16, I try to go for overhead cam, even though the familiarity is not that good. This engine does not have to be very efficient in production, because we are only selling a few, and to a demographic with a lot of money, so it will just diminish our margin a bit, but it's mostly a prestige project for us anyway, so let's see if we can do it. So the engine in general is pretty basic. I'm still not fully done with tuning, so need to get the compression right. But then we are looking decent. Yeah. More than 250 horsepower from this beauty here. We have upgraded to 4-barrel carbs. We went with standard mid intake and cast low headers. I think that's the best choice. And maybe we make it a little bit more quiet. So it's not the most quiet engine I've produced so far, because it's larger, has larger exhausts, but I think it's still fine. So let's see how this one sounds. Yeah, I think it's alright. Didn't expect the headers to glow. It doesn't have so much power for the sheer size of it. But yeah, if it wants to glow, let it glow. Alright, I'm through for the first time, and yeah, the design is, yeah, I cannot get the Citroen away, but I hope it's iconic enough and fits the brand. So I'm quite happy with it. The general setup again is quite typical for our top model line. So here we have a automatic gearbox, first time ever clutch limited slip differential, medium tires so that we have somewhat good handling and good comfort, mags for all the prestige of course, then solid disc brakes. I think I never had solid disc brakes so far, so it's quite weird that I have zero familiarity. I thought that the Bramble had them already. Yeah, but that's the way it is. Aero is nothing special. For the interior, so far we are here with handmade and phonograph. For the ultimate trim, I will increase the quality quite a bit. Material cost 8k, I think that's enough. And here, hydraulic ball steering, advanced safety, pretty straightforward. and also new the hydro springs. So this will be proper comfortable. Yeah, it should be quite boaty again. Also can invest the quality here. And then I think we're pretty good. So comfort is through the roof, prestige is excellent. Let's take a look at our competitors here in the market. Drivability, we're almost there. We have quite a heavy car, so that's fine. Sportiness, nothing. Competitors 0.6, so they crush us there. Comfort, we crush them, so that's the important one. Also prestige, we crush them. Safety, not so much, but I'm still on a leather chassis, so nothing I can do here. And the rest is not that important. I'm super smooth, the competitors are not. Yeah, so that's the luxury premium stuff. They have proper budget. Let's take a look. Yeah, 266k, even more in Gasmia. So we can sell this for 200k or something. So that's the premium model. Let's take a look here. It says I'm selling 0. 0 is probably not enough. Okay, with 100k we get one sale. Maybe we start with that as an introduction price and then see how we can develop the market. So the normal sedan will be just a bit simpler, and of course we'll get a different engine. It will only get a V12, but we will also make a new iteration of that one, I guess. Oh yeah, it's already 13 years old. Yeah, so that's our V12. It will have a bit less power than the Ultimate model, 220 horsepower. That's more than enough. Let's make it more quiet. And then basically keep what we had with the Ultimate. Or definitely will reduce the quality here. Maybe not give it the phonograph. And maybe also try to not use the most fancy suspension. No, I think it needs the fancy suspension. Somehow this is also quite a bit heavier and understeering a lot more. I think 30k was a lot less than what we had previously, so we need to up the price to around 40. But I will think of that when it's time, and we will ditch the GT for this one and we'll have just the luxury convertible. Okay, that's actually a problem. I didn't check it, but then I think it's pretty clear that we don't have 4 seats. Should still be good enough. There's not so much competition in the luxury market. So let's choose this one. Yeah, from my point of view, there would be space for at least a +2, but I don't think we have that, no. So unfortunately not, so we will just, but still have really good desirability, so I don't really care. So just made sure that I have the automatic soft top selected so that it is a bit more comfortable, but in general that's it, and it's quite alright. The roll angle is through the roof, but it's fine. Okay, that's our lineup, and let's see what we can do. 84 months is definitely too much, so We will give it some reliability, but not make it completely shit again. So how much time do we want this to take? 5 years, I would say, is the absolute maximum. Yeah, maybe like this, 23 million, we can afford that. But we have 2 more engines and one of them is completely new. Oh, 120. Alright, the top end is not the problem, the family it is. I could reduce a bit of family quality there, and I will do that. So we started at 135. I will go 4 minus 3 there. Yep, 103, 30%. So we need a new engine contract for that, because the V12 will be in the first one, the i6 will be in the other one, and we need one more. Okay, 17,000 for an engine, that's fine. We make it a lot more reliable, it will be expensive, but that's good as well. 10k for an engine. Alright, at some point we have to fix this as well and do it ourselves. Reload those cars, or at least the ultimate version, now that I have changed the engine. So now for the factory, I will go into the Mark II factory, which is the small one, and I will select the small workshop for the limited production version. So only the ultimate will be done here, and we will produce these 2 in our normal factory. 1 step bigger, I guess, or 2. Ah, come on. And let's add the leather works as well. Yeah, it's just that the production can't keep up, so let's go for a small 2, I guess. So I can go up to 2.5 shifts in general and still get engines from our contract. Bit more automation. Okay, let's take a look now. Forecast is looking decent, but it has the wrong prices. Okay, now that's a forecast. Estimation around 1 shift. I just hope that I actually sell a few of the ultimate. Margins are decent. Let's take a look at the budgets. They change over time. So luxury 44k, I sell at 40. And convertible luxury 50, and I sell at 45. Okay, so that means project should be ready. Sign off. So with the factory, I'm at 1 shift estimation. That means I have room for expansion. Even so, when the markets grow, don't have to build a new factory. So I'm feeling comfortable with that. And else, yeah, the only thing that hurts maybe is that we lose the GT market a bit, but I think it's still fine. Project is quite expensive for our taste, but I think we need to do this to be competitive. I will not take a loan out for this one. Yeah, I think I'm done. Let's agree. That's one thing done. Now it's also time to wait until we have 1000 sales of the Bramble. And from there on we can build, just for fun, the Group 2 racing version. Okay, we had some weird effect going on. Didn't sell any Brambles at some point. And I don't know why. So we will miss the 1963 racing season, it looks like. 772 sales. Yeah, the season is basically over once we get start to work on the car. We are still limited in stuff with the Bramble factory, so that's why we are so much behind, but we are catching up on our sales. And we have, oh, I missed 1 month, but now it's time to start to work on the Bramble on the racing version. So first of all, I will just add the racing trim to the Bramble. And once that is done, I will actually work on the facelift and add more trims to the Bramble, but that will probably only happen in the next episode. And the way I do this is basically to deselect the modification for the sedan. So it will still stay the same, and I will just build the Group 2 version on top of that. The good thing about Group 1 and Group 2 is that it's basically production cars. So in the beginning of touring car racing in the 60s, there was not a lot you could do. You also didn't have to reduce the weight a lot. You were allowed to be 3% below the production weight by removing bumpers and so on, or removing some interior panels, but you could not remove all of the seats and stuff like that. So I will also not do that. I will just do what is possible. And that is, let's start with the engine. One thing what was already pretty bad was the capacity. So the group regulations from the FIA didn't have a group for 3.6, so we would be in the 4-liter class, so we would already be down on power maybe compared to other cars, but that's the way it is. It was not properly planned, this project. What can we do with the engine? We can choose any piston we like for Group 2. Group 1 would not have been possible, Group 2, yes. Piston, I would also say that means con rods. We can replace all springs in the car. This also means valve springs. We can change camshafts. We can change the compression by, for example, mounting different head gaskets. Any part may be finished off. That means material may be removed for improvement. Maybe we can just invest a bit of quality in the head to polish it and things like that. The number of carburetors must stay. The size may change, but the same principle. So we cannot change the carburetor type. The air filter may be removed or changed, and we can change ignition coil and distributor. Gives us opportunity to change ignition timing. The exhaust manifold unfortunately is not free, so we have to stick to our crappy cast manifolds. Mufflers are free, but still noise dampening is necessary. So let's see how we do this. So first of all, con rods and pistons will be changed. The question is, does that really help? Because yeah, it was basically already optimized for this kind of RPM, and I cannot choose the forged crank, so I will maybe just stick with what I have and just polish stuff a bit, and polishing just give it a little bit of quality. Now the crank is good or better. I go for forged. Can at least rev a little bit more. Then cam profile and springs. Yeah, we need to polish the head, of course. Then the carburetor, we stick to the triple carb, and we can change the intake manifold. For the fuel type, I think we have to stick with what's available, but I can make the ignition more advanced. And I can make it run a bit more rich. Compression is already quite fine. A bit larger carb. Header, yeah, it must stay the same, so 38, I probably have to stick with it. I would have liked to increase it a slight bit, but yeah, let's stick with it. Exhaust may be increased. Get a bit more out of this, and I will get rid of one baffled muffler. And then maybe we can also polish a little bit here. Let's stick with this, 195 horsepower for this one. That's the engine. And now for the car itself. Alright, so let's run it in Gasmian white with a blue bonnet and see what we can change about the car. So for the car, there's not much we can do. Gearbox must stay the same. Also differential must stay the same, unfortunately. We can change basically anything regarding suspension. Dampers, all springs, anti-roll bars. We can change the tires, but the rim dimensions must stay. And the track must stay the same, so there's not much we can do. And we probably also have to go for bias ply because there's no proper racing tires for radials yet. Brake pads are free, brake power is free, principle must stay the same, so we'll see what we can do there. Ground clearance must at least be 10 centimeters, but I think that will not be a problem. Back to cross ply, we had 185s, and now we have the problem that we are not allowed to choose 185s because of the huge rims we have on there. So 16-inch was probably a bit over the top. We can go for a bit of quality. Still, it doesn't allow me to do anything proper here. I can increase tire size a bit. Rim is staying the same. Still 155, that's no. Please excuse me. I have to reduce the rim size by 1 click, and then we go for 175, even if it's one less than I would like to have. Yeah, the production model with 15 inches would have been more reasonable. Okay, I thought I had solid disc and I still didn't gain any familiarity from it. Proper low. So we cannot go any lower, I guess. And with this, I think we have a pretty good tune. Yeah, gearing is also not very good for this kind of car, but that's the way it is. Alright, there we are. This is our Group 2 version. This will represent the brand in racing. It will hopefully not break down all of the time. If it is successful, maybe there will be more racing versions of cars available in the future. If it is not, we'll see what we do to promote the brand. To make it realistic, we'll sign this off as the Works Team version basically, and we will spend some money on it, but we will also make it pretty cheap, I guess. Okay, it looked like I have to revise the basic sedan. I will not do anything major with it. I will not change anything. Fortunately, it does not take too much time. We will also miss the 1964 season, but for 1965 we are ready with this one, and then we will work on the other trims. Okay, and now we see I'm not really familiar with the trim and variant system here. I made a mistake and I replaced my production version of the engine. So I have to revert and make an actual new variant. And then we should also be able to not revise the sedan, the production version. So let's see. Alright, now that I've set the engines up properly, it's all working out. Okay, it will take 20 months, which is almost good enough. Okay, now there's an update. So I had 18 months, I think, for the engine. Let's learn at least a bit from our racing engagements and have just a normal sedan in the normal factory and have the racing workshop a new one, just a tiny one. And here we of course don't need any quality and no workers because we will not actually produce We will just produce it for 1 month and then kill it. Alright, that's the racing version. Ready? Engine 1 month. I can still extend it by 1 month. Excellent. And we're ready in March 1965, so that's good. 11 million for this racing project. Maybe a bit much, but yeah, let's do it. Alright, and then I let this run until we have the racing version ready and see if we can optimize a bit in our marketing and R&D. Yeah, we certainly can spend a bit more, so our research pie is a bit small. So let's extend this a bit. Also, marketing can be extended. We have pretty good awareness though in this right part. But maybe now that we are racing, we can spend a bit more on sports as well. So I would say we double our R&D investments to 2 million. And for marketing, let's see, yeah, we have 620,000. Let's get up to at least 400k, I guess. And I would say we can also start with reliability marketing. Doesn't make too much of a difference for our target markets, but we are doing it now. Yeah, basically doubled our budget there as well. Let's take a look now at our pre-order situation. So the Grand Touring is still selling quite well. And we are at 2 shifts already, so we cannot do a lot about it. So what I do is I raise the price, of course. Yeah, it's too cheap. The Bramble is still doing good, still reducing pre-orders, so no change needed here. People are pre-ordering the Group 2 car. It's not a production model. If they want it, if they want to have a factory car. All of the customer teams want the factory car, and it looks like they will crash quite a few of those. Oh, Claire's factory has a big problem. High difficulty, small issue. Okay, so it's not a big problem. Discovery chance is quite low, so we already have a reputation problem, so let's do a quiet recall. So what we will do is, with the pre-orders, we just collect what we get until the launch, and then we don't accept new pre-orders, we just sell off. And there we are. So, no new pre-orders for the Group 2. So we have 500 cars they want to buy. And I wonder where they are going. They're probably going into muscle and sport. But they're so bad, these cars. They don't pause the pre-orders. And I don't know why. I have clicked to not take any more pre-orders and they still want more cars. So I will pause the production and I will kill it in the next facelift. They're still pre-ordering it. Okay, so what I do is I change the price to something insane and then they will probably stop. And then let's work on a quick facelift of the Bramble and try to get a few more trims. I definitely need a coupe variant to go more into the Grand Touring market. I add the limited slip diff, but that's probably the only change. Max is also nice. Upgrade the radio. Oh, new dampers. Right, so the GT market currently does not yet like it too much. So for this one, I'd probably go for luxury then. A bit more into reliability as well. 3 years. It's a bit long. So deselect the racing workshop again and go into the factory to upgrade this. Or we are bold and go for the medium one and then add the steel presses later. Yeah, that's the problem. We still need to get the engine factory down, so let's go for small 3. The cars are not so expensive anymore to produce, so it's time to pay them. Yeah, I need a new engine facelift just to update the factory configuration, I guess. I will choose a medium plot just to be safe for future expansion. Small 1 is just about the right size. And that brings the engine cost down significantly. Oh, look at those profits already. Yeah, okay. I think we're playing with the big boys now. It's not enough, I guess. We need to upgrade. Okay, small 3 engine factory is already necessary. And now let's see if we can actually afford this. Okay, this is now a bit too much. So let's turn it down a notch, but still stay on a nice and high price. So let's go with this. It's quite bold. Right, that's quite a project, I would say. 178 million, that's almost as much as we are worth. 32 months. I'd like to play it safe and at least take 40% with a loan. And let's sign it off. So first of all, we have big issues with the production of the Mark II. We cannot keep up. I need to raise the prices there. We are doing well with the sedan, still selling 350 per month. So news, Helvetia has passed the ban on leaded fuel. I hope I don't forget about that. That's in 10 years already. Fruinia as well. Claris is ready. V16 engine is done. V12 engine is done. Excellent news. Let's take a look at the pre-order situation. Oh god, I should have paid attention to this. So ultimate version is being ordered. That's good. Not many, but it's there. Sedan through the roof. Convertible going through the roof now. So let's see what happens when we have 1 more month. Stabilizing, going down. We will have an overproduction of the ultimate, but we will just kill it at some point. And here we are. I would say 1 more tick just to see how many we actually build. And there we go. Many deliveries of the Bramble. We are overproducing a lot. But yeah, the markets need to be developed. And we will see if we can keep up this level of production. currently at 1.6 shifts. So that's quite good. So maybe we limit it at 1.2 for now, so that we sell off our pre-orders a bit slower. But in general, it's looking good. We have still massive pre-orders for the sedan of the Claris. And we are, oh god, we are earning a bit of money now. Alright, I have now time to think about what I do with that money, and you have time to watch other videos. This was the end of this episode. Thanks again for watching. See you again next time, and bye bye. Hello, it's me again, the buyer, and welcome again to our luxury campaign let's play of automation. This time I present to you the ultimate version of the Claris with the mighty V16. This car features hydropneumatic suspension, and with the big V16 it is deemed to be the most prestigious and most comfortable car currently on the market. It is helping our company prestige, and also our reliability is not as damn bad anymore as it was. So the overall reputation of the company has improved quite a bit. Also the racing engagement helped achieving that. So we really now have arrived in the automotive market and are a sustainable company. We are shoveling in money right now like crazy, mostly thanks to the Bramble making us and luxury available to the masses. But people are of course complaining that the Bramble only has a premium interior. And this is something we will change in the future. In the future we will not sell a single car anymore with less than luxury interior. So we will bring luxury to the masses and just wait for the right opportunity to do that. For now, in the next projects, we will just focus on luxury as our standard. Whenever the Bramble also gets a new facelift, we will change that. I don't know if that is happening in this episode already. But that's enough talking for now. Let's jump right into it. So in general, we are doing pretty good. We have a lot of pre-orders. 5 months of the sedan for the Claris, 2 months for the Bramble. We are not able to sell off all the pre-orders here for the sedan, but for the Bramble. So for the Bramble we also have a little bit of leeway here in the factory shifts. We are making lots of money, which is good, and in general we are also well set up for the future. So the Bramble is a 1960 design, so it can still run for a few years until we need a replacement. The Claris just came out, a 1963 design, but was just released a few months ago. So at some point we just need to make a facelift. Engine wise, we have the new V16, which is good, and also aluminium. We have the inline 6, which is also pretty new, and we have the very old V12, which is still cast iron. So this needs replacement at the next possible opportunity, I would say. The question is, what is the next possible opportunity? And therefore let's take a look at the markets and where we are currently selling. And it is quite interesting that we sell with quite some market share into muscle, GT and GT Premium, even though we don't have really a targeted car for that. So the Bramble is just an inline 6 and the Claris is just a sedan, so it doesn't even have a coupe body style, and all of these prefer coupes. So I would say let's try to really get a targeted car out for these demographics. They are quite large, especially Muscle Premium is taking off, and maybe we can get the money from Muscle Premium, which has very nice budget, GT and GT Premium. So let's focus on this time and see how this will contribute to our growth. So this is the car I want to go with. I am not so sure yet about monocoque or not, because I don't know in which quantities we will sell it and if a medium factory is feasible or not. But let's go for that for now. Also, what I want to do from now on is spend the quality we have gathered in R&D so that we really make the best cars on the market. And for the engine, as I said, we need a new V12. This is a good opportunity now. Size-wise, when in doubt, I would say let's go for capacity. 8.5 liters seems about right. We can always reduce the stroke in case we run into issues. And for realism's sake, I just go for dual overhead cam, not for 4 valves, but just for 2 valves. And let's try to get it going with cast components. Ooh, mechanical fuel injection. I think I have to choose that even if it's expensive. And yeah, don't forget, the switch to unleaded is coming at some point, and I rather think of that right now before it's too late. Alright, we make way too much power. And pistons and conrods don't hold up as well, so maybe let's just reduce capacity a little bit. 8 liters looks better. We still have 20 Newton meters more we can use. Also for reliability reasons, let's go for retarded a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks quite alright. 445 horsepower and 746 Newton meters. And yeah, the name of course is the Godwit. And it's time for design magic, I would say. And this is it, the mighty Godwit. Yeah, and the rims need to be changed, of course. So for GT Premium and Muscle, I'm not sure about the gearbox. I want to preserve sportiness definitely, so I'll try manual for now. Automatic might be a bit better from the desirability perspective, but I want to also separate it a bit more from the Cleris. And don't forget the limited slip diff. This will need it, I guess. Completely undrivable without. So all the choices are pretty much standard for a somewhat sporty car. I don't need semi-clad, it will be fast enough. I will run into brake fade anyway. And yeah, let's take a look at our markets again. 4 seats for GT Premium, 4 seats for GT, 2 seats to 4 seats for Muscle Premium. So I might make 2 trims, 1 2-seater and 1 4-seater. Or just one. I prepared the interior to look like a 2+2 anyway. The body doesn't fit 2 full rear seats, so let's make it a 2+2 for now. Handmade or luxury? So the company, as I said earlier, the minimum will be luxury, and that's for the premium models. So I probably have to go into handmade here. And we now have proper power steering. Nice. Rack and pinion. And this one will not get the hydro pneumatic suspension. That's something for the Claris. And there we are. Muscle Premium does not yet like it. Yeah, for GT Premium, comfort would be more important than sports, but I have to make some sacrifices here. Okay, I'm just checking if I have spent all the quality. And now, yeah, of course, no brakes, no sportiness. The front is at the limit already, but I also haven't set up the wheels, so let's do that first. So 1968, I don't know if they already had 225s, so that's probably already on the high end of what's possible. It doesn't look too bad here with the 205s, so I just take them. And let's make it staggered a little bit, right? It's about 500 more. So in the combined material cost, you see the difference in material costs for running not the same tire widths. 500 is okay for me. Okay, that's why it has no sportiness. 130 kilometers an hour, but we will burn the tires to get there. Let's make it a bit quicker. Estimated top speed 293. Yeah, no. So tire cost through the roof. We don't need that. So I might even give it a bit of brake airflow and more cooling airflow just to slow it down a bit. Okay, now it reaches 270 and below 270, which is also good. Still has plenty of wheel spin. Let's tune it for 0 to 100. Alright, now, so the markets are looking pretty decent. So for all of our target demographics, and I don't even need a 2-seat and 4-seat trim. I think I just go for the 2+2 and call it like this. Braking still can be optimized. I still have a lot of brake fade for sportiness. Luxury would be enough. I will try to go for a Leatherworks add-on, and then I think we should be good with handmade. So here standard springs are a bit better for sportiness, but less for comfort. I will go for the progressive ones. And I need to tune my sway bars and suspension in general a bit. I don't want to go too much on the sporty side, so I think we're good where we are. What does the competition do? Same drivability, or I have better drivability. Competitor has a bit more sportiness. I have a lot more comfort, a lot more prestige, a lot more safety, more practicality as well, more footprint, and more capacity. Yeah, excellent. So I think we're pretty good. The only thing that's lacking a bit is sportiness, but that's because I've reduced the top speed, I guess. Yeah, the design quite muscly. The lower half is probably a bit more Italian inspired, a bit more elegant. So again, it's a bit of a mix. I also went for thin bumpers. I could have put one huge big bumper on there, but I thought it gives it a bit more lines to see, and is less bulky, less muscly. So hope you all like it as well. Oh, Now I see that we have an intake problem here. Probably will mount the engine a little bit lower in the advanced trim settings. Alright, that's the Godwit, and I don't think we need any other trim for it. And now let's see. 81 months. Yep, money is not the problem. But we can save a bit of time. I don't want to save it too much by turning down reliability. So 40 is the lowest I want to go here. But maybe I have to sacrifice a bit of margin for now, and we can increase those sliders later in a facelift. Let's do it like this, and we will get to 5 years. The engine will be a bigger problem, yeah. 144 months. Oh god. But here it would be 5k for a 50 setting and almost 8k for a 0 setting, so I lose 3k of margin, which is quite significant. So let's do something like this for now. Tooling, let's check it here as well. We have 98 production units, and yeah, it really gets inefficient down there. Reliability, I have to go to something like 30 here. And also increase the pressure. But I think we have to go for 6 years. Yeah. I don't want to mess it up more. Alright, and let's get a factory going for this one. And if I want to go into a medium car factory, given the complexity and the manual nature of the engine, definitely also need a medium factory here. Okay, 6 months until 2.5 shift, 3 until 1. I think that's okay. 9k for an engine. No, 10k for an engine. But now I can at least improve the car a bit. 72 months it is here as well. And we need a new factory as well. I should have bought the plots before to avoid the taxman. So I could have easily afforded a plot or two in the previous years. Steel presses and leatherworks. So you see that this Leatherworks add-on changes the production value here. I still have handmade parts, so that's the aluminium body, so that's not too good, but at least we are getting into a very nice aligned engine and car factory here. But I also think in the beginning we don't need as many cars, so I will start out with 1 shift. Again, 3 and 6 should be fine. And still we make quite some profit here. So I think we are good. And what do we see here? Yeah, the required part does not look too good yet. And even the price is not where I want to have it. But at least the outlook is somewhat decent. So 41k is the average budget. So as much as I would like to get this going also in a medium factory, I think it's too early to do that, to be honest. These numbers just don't look great. So what I will do now is to downgrade the factories. And by doing that, that also means that I have to downgrade the car itself to a space rim. I will not go with leather this time. Then we can switch to a small 2 factory, I would say. So what I also did was to put it onto same tires front and rear. This should improve our margin because the tires will be a lot cheaper. Yeah, at higher speeds it's a little bit sketchy. We should start messing with aerodynamics soon. It's also the right time, so 1968, that's about the time where wings have been introduced to Formula 1. So in the next generation cars we can definitely use a bit of ellipse and things like that. Also, engineering time has now gone down significantly for the car because of space frame being quite simple. And I want to reduce the production units quite a bit, so got it down to 180 now for each car. Let's try small 3 first and see if that's small enough, and if not, let's go to small 2. Yeah, profits have gone down a little bit because it's just less efficient in a smaller factory and also with the space frame chassis. Alright, so now it's looking a bit better, and I think I will go with that, and then I still have the chance to ramp up production a little bit. Still, the margin is not great, but that's because we are using quite expensive stuff in a car. So more optimally you wouldn't go for handmade stuff, you would go for luxury or even premium. But yeah, we are Might Motors, so it's alright. Just need to fix the thumbnail. It didn't turn down the hoist. It will take a lot of time for not enough money, but I wanted to do this car. Still, we get all the loans we want. We have also placed the factories on medium plots, which means we can expand later. So let's sign this off, and I will not take out a loan for this, because it's just 213 million, we have 180 and are earning quite a lot. Alright, and with that, let's let it tick for a few months just to see where we are, and let the numbers update, and then go into more R&D and marketing. Okay. So now you saw before when we loaded it that it was working at 78% or something, and now it's understaffed, so something didn't work loading. So Bramble Factory now is completely empty. So, or not completely, 12.6%, but it was empty the month before, and now it's hiring again. So something didn't work with loading there, and yeah, need to wait a bit until it's producing again. Now we're producing the Bramble again, and profits are shooting through the roof. Okay, and they're also still staffing. So let's take a look. They are finally able to reduce the sedan pre-orders, which is good. Currently we're selling only 50% of them because of the delay desirability penalty, because they have to wait for 4 months. And also they are starting to get back on the pre-orders of the Bramble. So research currently is 2.1 million. That's 10% of our expenses, so we can at least double that, and marketing we can also at least double that. I think that's looking good. For Gasmia, and now for Hitweesia we go for 1 million. Yeah, power, the secondary is that power doesn't cost anything, and it will help us with the muscle categories. And then R&D. Is there anything we would like to have soon? So of course automatic 4 is nice, turbochargers would be nice. Just general research to make the expensive stuff happen quicker. Yeah, I upped it to 4 million. Yeah, now we're at around 20% again. not almost, so I can still increase it a bit. Yeah, I think it's time to work on a facelift for the Claris. Interesting that going to from hydraulic ball to hydraulic rack and pinion just increases drivability, the rest is the same. It also would increase sportiness, but it's not sporty anyway. Alright, increased comfort and prestige, mostly with new interior options. Should we also update the engine and make it unleaded? Probably. Also made it mechanically fuel injected. And also reduce the brake fade now. So overall, definitely a better car, but this upgrade also will be expensive. Problem with the other two trims is that we cannot switch to the new V12 as it is currently in engineering. So we need to do a quick update of the old V12 also to switch it to unleaded. So I, in general, improved the engineering here, also made it more reliable. Within 3 years is the goal. Oh, yeah. The fuel system. Takes a bit of time. Mechanical fuel injection. So this is now the V12 project. I will probably change that again for the V12 project and stay on carbs. That's just not worth it. I have the next generation V12 already in the works. Yeah, that looks more like it. Somehow the V16 looks better. Okay, I left everything the same for factory configurations and now just update pricing again. Okay, they raised the price of the Ultimate, very nice. I think that's looking decent and we should be well prepared for the future. All on 36 months, 40 million is also not much and we can just sign it off without a loan. So that's the Claris done. The Bramble will have to run as it is for now. And I will now let a few years pass probably until the Godwit is done. Or is the Bramble too old by then? Probably yes. And we are still shoveling in money like crazy. We went through a bit of a bad phase in economy and now it's picking up again, so that will also help us. Highest sales actually is the coupe version of the Bramble, probably going into the GT stuff. That's where we get those sales from. What do we do with our money? So I think we can still do more research, more marketing. It's crazy when you look at it that the average level is just 1 currently, and we are already spending 10 million. Oh, by the way, we are unlocking Fruinia in a few months. That would also be interesting. We cannot market there yet, but I'm looking forward to that. Okay, Bramble is currently already basically on target, but we are also running the factory quite hard at 1.5 shifts. Claris will probably be alright, as we are already selling the new sedan version. It's just so much better. So we will reduce our pre-orders here as well. But yeah, the Bramble is the main cash cow right now. And now we are out of pre-orders for the Bramble. Oh yeah. God damn it. And I feel it. Yeah, let's produce a bit less, I would say. We're losing a bit of money now, but I don't think it's a big problem. Economy is picking up, so I hope it will be fine, and also Frenia will come to market soon for us. And hello Frenia. And now the thing I always miss. If you know a company is coming to market, make sure you can start a facelift immediately. Because your models need to be prepared for that market, some special homologation requirements and so on. And that means you need to start a new facelift to make it available to the market. Now, basically my cars are already within a facelift, at least the Claris. The Godwit also, when it comes to market, will not be sellable in Fuina. We need a new facelift then. Just the Bramble is currently not in a facelift. So maybe this is what we'll do at the beginning of next episode to get the Bramble going, and also to start our marketing in Fuina to prepare our market entry there. I guess the Bramble would be quite nice in Fuina, quite agile, a bit sporty. I think the people might like it, and we can use all of our unused factory capacity then and also come back to profits. But for now that's it. Thank you all for watching until the end, and see you all again next time. Bye bye. Hello, it's me again, der Bayer, and welcome again to our luxury campaign in automation. Currently it's 1970 and we are waiting for the release of the Godwit. The engineering of the car is not finished yet, so that's why we are currently watching a pre-production prototype on the test track, because of course it cannot go outside into the real world yet. And yeah, the Godwit is quite powerful. It has more than 400 horsepower and an 8-liter V12, so it is a bit of a handful and yeah, hard to keep on track. Nevertheless, this will hopefully be a good fit for the Muscle Premium, GT and GT Premium markets. In the meantime, Fuina has opened up for us. And of course the Fuinians should not be left without luxury cars, so it's our task to make our cars available there, and therefore we need to create facelifts. So that will be the first target for this episode, to get the Bramble, our cash cow, ready for the Fuinian market. And then once the current facelift of the Claris is ready, we can also start a quick one for this as well, to enter it into Fuina. The Godwit will still take some time. We will see if we will see the release of it within this episode. So let's see how it goes. Let's hope our engineers will be able to tame the Godwit, but luckily, in case somebody crashes, they will not be hurt, because the interior is so plushy and soft that they will of course all survive any crash. Alright, let's jump into the office then. Alright, and here we are again in 1970. And yeah, currently we are in a very nice upturn of the economy. Let's try to use that to get onto the market and drag us out of the negative numbers we currently are writing. Mostly because of too many produced Brambles. And all of those Brambles would of course like to go to Fuina. What we also see is that the Bramble is very much in trouble currently, with very low desirability. So the facelift will hopefully help to bridge the time until we get a new one. And I have the feeling that we need to start to engineer the next gen Bramble within this episode. But first of all, let's bring it to Fuina and also check if we are running into some fuel issues. We know that we brought the Godwit and the Claris already to unleaded fuel, but with the Bramble I am not so sure. and maybe that's also one of the problems. So let's start with some marketing to build awareness in Fruinia. So nice, an empty canvas to paint in yellow and green. Yeah, I don't think I need to advertise large footprint in Fruinia. They typically prefer smaller cars. So let's go for acceleration instead, because that's what we can do as well. So that's probably a good start for Fruinia, gaining 4 to 5% in the categories that are interesting to us, but maybe also let's see which markets are actually available there and how large they are. So we see that there are no muscle markets, and compared to Gasmea and Hedvisia there are just tiny luxury markets. So our focus probably has to be on GT, which is quite nice, and then see if we can somehow get a few sales. Light Sport Premium is probably the one market with the largest budget. Yeah, we don't build track cars, so Fruinia definitely is a bit more difficult. But maybe they first have to learn what real luxury means, and then they will start to like our cars. Alright, and with that let's build the facelift for the Brembo. Normally I would have said let's make it a quick one, but this car is so old already that I really need to check what makes sense. And of course we have to fix our mistake of premium interior. But I think premium radio is okay. Interior must be luxury, we said, but entertainment is quite okay. And of course what also hinders is that we didn't have power steering so far. They're really complaining about low reliability. Is it that bad? 40, maybe. Yeah, so let's fix that. We also have to replace the engine because of the new fuel we want to have. Our engine is also already 10 years old. Let's stick with a 3.6 for now. Oh, single barrel carb. We definitely won't go mechanical injection. And a single 4 barrel is enough. Alright, this should be much better. At least no more reliability penalties. But yeah, all of the other ones don't like the body, or yeah, it's a bit weird why this one is selling so bad. Let's check what the competitors are doing. So for Family Sport Premium I'm definitely better everywhere except for 10% in drivability and quite a bit in safety, but that's mostly because of the leather chassis, so I really don't know how to improve this. So I guess the sedan will be quite bad. Maybe we also kick it. But then we don't have a cheap sedan anymore in the market. We'll see how it looks like after engineering when it's hopefully a bit more cheap. Yeah, the body age certainly does not help. So this is the GT one and I definitely need more luxury there. Or no, I'm not going for luxury anymore because I have the Godwit. Let's make it a bit cheaper. Again, here I'm pretty decent, just too expensive probably, and bad in safety. Yeah, it's not looking too good, and I certainly need to get out a new model. Luckily, the car engineering itself is at least quick, and we can also optimize the car a bit more. So let's go for 18 months and hope that the engine is also possible in that time frame. I thought that the Bramble was monocoque, but I saved the money for that and time. Next one needs to be monocoque, because we see that we are currently losing out in safety for the mass markets. Also, let's go for QA testing now. This is our biggest plant, and a bit of quality assurance may be quite good. Yeah, limiting ourselves to a luxury interior really makes production less efficient, but that's the way it is. Yeah, the sedan is just too expensive for everything, so let's try to get a few other potential customers. So now we're closer to one shift, and once we get Furinia and once they need a few more cars, then I hope we are fine. It's unleaded, alright, and it's a new trim. 75 million is alright as well. And once this is done, we will start with the successor of the Bramble. It is definitely necessary. Let's check the minimum safety regulations. In Furinia and Helvetia and Kazmir we already have some, but we should be pretty safe here. Even with the older Bramble with leather chassis, it should still be fine, because the car is just massive. Okay, now our V12 engine contract is being overworked, and that one is probably for the Claris. Yeah, 2.8. It's running on 2 shifts. Yeah, but it's fine. We need to sell off for our pre-orders. I need to do that. And the economy looks like it's going down pretty hefty after this current upward trend. I hope I'm wrong. Okay, the Bramble is not selling anymore, the old model. Especially, we are almost making more pre-orders than we sell currently, so let's pause production. And we are losing quite a bit of money now, because we are retooling our factories. I hope I didn't screw too much up also with the Godwit factory construction, which is on the horizon. Higher factory refresh costs. We pay them in cash, 560k. And finally we get the new Bramble. We need money. And it's there. And let's see if we sell actually to Furinia now. No, not yet. I'll wait one more tick and then we check our numbers again. Okay, the economy is going up. That's good. Alright, 1,120 Brambles, most of that sedans. That's good. And we barely managed to produce enough. And we're in the green again as well. Excellent. Increase production. We're in the green, but we're also still selling off the old car, for which we don't pay anything, of course. Alright, that's looking okay. Okay, and also the Claris has quite some stock, at least the ultimate version. I think you need to stop the ultimate version. Nobody wants it anymore. Or a few people want it, but yeah, 60 months of estimated sales in stock is probably enough. the new one is coming soon, and still nobody wants the ultimate version. Oh no. Nice V60. Godwit is already selling quite well, given the fact that the Godwit is still 3 years away. So that's good. Let's check the numbers again. And yeah, we sold several, and that's all brambles, and quite a few. So quite happy. It could be that this is more than 50, yeah, maybe 70 cars. Market shares in our target demographics of 1%. That's okay. Yeah, we're still best in Gasmia. Also, what I'm wondering right now is, okay, these numbers up here are the prestige and reputation in my headquarters country. And we are way better than any of our competitors. But if you take a look at other countries, then of course we're pretty shit. And we just started out here in Fuinia, and these numbers do not match those. And we're also not that good here in Hedvisia. Okay. I learned something new today. Alright, that's it. And now it's time to start on the Bramble. Good question is where we actually want to focus it on. Is it again Family Sport Premium? Or is it just Premium? I think Premium doesn't really fit. Premium is just a cheaper Claris. And I also cannot really go into Commuter Premium, although those two are quite similar, just with different focus on sports. Just to try it out, I will select Commuter Premium now and see if we can actually achieve something. Because Commuter Premium is quite large. And this time we really want to do it. Steel presses, monocoque, all out, mass production. I will not use the quality here, because if I don't use it, I will get a huge engineering time boost. So 0.84 versus 0.93, that's actually 9%. So definitely something I want to do. It's my first monocoque, I don't have any familiarity, and I need to get started at some point. It looks like the engine we have just facelifted is still working, which is excellent. Before I finish the car, let me just mount reasonable tires, and then I'll do the design. Alright, this is it. It's a bit unconventional, I would say, especially the front. Looking forward to hear what you say about it. Yeah, the tires still need adjustment, but overall that would be it, the next generation Bramble. And yeah, for the first time I have a lip in front and a lip in the rear, so I can play around a little bit with aerodynamics. Crazy how green those demographics turn when I use a handmade. It's a bit stupid. But yeah, let's give them the luxury they want. But still remain on luxury. The competitors are utter crap here. I'm better everywhere except for drivability. Don't know why I only have 98% here. Just because my fuel efficiency is so bad. And it's even worse with 5 seats. It's maybe a bit too large, okay. Reliability is not there yet. And yeah, fuel economy is pretty bad, okay. So let's spend the quality I have. Oh yeah, I basically already did. So it's not too bad right now, and I don't even have any other trim yet. For family I probably need a different car, maybe. So I'll also see if I can build a wagon. And we would also have a hatch. That might actually be interesting. Coupes are also available, but I won't build coupes or maybe even utes. Alright, where should this one go? Family utility is the wagon category, I would say. And they have also plenty of budget. Also utility premium, but that's a ute. So 5 seats it is. Nice. Scoring well. They also want the luxury. I just have to make it somewhat affordable. Quite good coverage, I would say. And I will try a hatch as well. So here, fun and fun premium are probably the right categories, but also city premium. Yeah, city premium, fun premium is what we need to aim for. Okay, fun premium is not even on there, same as city premium, because it needs 15 liters of fuel probably. It's not really a city car with 4 liter inline 6. Fun says low sportiness. Okay. We can change that. There you go. Just sacrifice all the comfort. Alright, now we have a fun car. Nice. Oh yeah, and it set it to 14k. You might be thinking now, what are those prices? Below 20k? Is that a luxury car? I tell you, the luxury is what's inside the car. The price is just how much you have to pay for the luxury. And we have to go And it's a bit different than in the beginning of the Let's Play. We have the goal to bring the luxury to the masses. And this is the next step after the introduction of the Bramble 1, now with the Bramble 2. Oh, this is actually quite nice. I didn't change anything and we are within 5 years. So if I manipulate the sliders now, I can either have it cheaper, quicker, or cheaper to produce. And I would probably go for around 5 years, 60 months, and have it cheaper to produce. Yeah, not a lot, but a little bit. The engine project is still fine. And the Bramble factory now needs steel presses. Yeah, finally. And now that we have so expensive tooling, should we now go for maintenance? I haven't actually played around with that in the past, so I'm not really sure when this pays off. But my gut feeling tells me this is the way to go. The engine factories might be overworked by what I'm doing, but so far I don't think we need all the shifts. So let's go for 1.5 for now. And at 1.5 the factories are not overworked yet. Also maybe at 1.7 it starts to be overworked. So let's remember that. Wages quality, I just leave it as is. And this looks quite decent for a mass-produced luxury car. Okay, the tooling now really is expensive. 500 million. God. Just a few ticks of the slider makes such a big difference. So I'll just go down a bit. My profit per car is better, and I can also eliminate the overworking of the engine factory, and I can also halve the tooling costs. For such a step, maybe first play it safe, especially as we are currently a little bit short on money. Oh, yes. This was unexpected. We need a bigger factory. But okay, the prices are also not what I said. Okay, still, I mean the profits are excellent, but I need a bigger factory. I could also just raise the margins, of course, and the prices, but let's see if I can achieve it. Sometimes you have to be bold. So please tell me, how do I best do this now to upgrade the engine factory without making a facelift? I don't know how. So I will make a facelift. It didn't change anything about the engine. It also costs me nothing. And I will just upgrade the factory. Okay, this is now looking better. Directly at target, 1.5 shifts, 2 billion of profits after 10 years. Prices have changed again. So there's room for improvement, room for more awareness in Fuenia, and excellent profit forecast. But this project will be expensive. And staffing will also take quite a long time. Didn't pay attention to that, but I will just live with it as of now. So the project is 672 million. Of that, it's 522 for the car alone. And they are paying me maximum 117%. So we are almost at the limit of what we can get. How much do we pay back each month? 13 million? Do I make a mistake by just taking out 80%? 80% means I would need to pay 100 million on my own. And then we have 80 months to pay them back, 1% per month. So the loan itself, the interest, will cost me 350 million, it says. But I think it is worth the investment. This is hard. this is a hard decision. Let's just hope the forecaster is right. If it is, it will all be fine. No problem at all. If it is not, it will be funny, yeah. Okay, I will save this before I sign it off. And I did it. I signed it off. So, what is going on? The old Bramble still has issues with too many pre-orders. I'm trying to increase the production here. I set this to 1.5 now. Let's see if it helps. Then the Cleris is doing well. We have still several Ultimate still waiting for their customer. And the new facelift will be coming soon. The Godwit will also be coming in 74. That will be after the end of this episode, so we won't even see it this time. And the Bramble, of course, will take forever. Okay, let's see how it goes. Oof, so we are losing 6 million a month. I mean, we can always turn back research. So we have 66 million in the bank, we lose 6 million each month, we can last 10 more months. It will all be better when the new Cleris is there, or the facelift is there. Bramble is just not selling enough, so let's increase the production of... Oh no, I made a pause before the design of the Bramble 2. And again I lost all of my stuff in the Bramble factory. And this is what's killing me. God damn it. So Bramble is producing at least again, we can see it. I have so many pre-orders now that I really need to hammer them out with 2 shifts. Okay, in Gasmia there will be no more leaded fuel vehicles, no problem. I only have unleaded. No taxes, yay, because I'm losing money. Bramble still has issues producing enough. Cleris factory, staff employed 163%. I'm wondering if the whole campaign is currently falling apart. So, more factory refresh costs, that's fine. Still just losing money. So, I don't usually play campaigns with so many things running in parallel. And I know why. It's a bit confusing from time to time. Bramble still employing, hopefully producing more and more, currently at 1.1 shifts. Now something has happened, and that is the Cleris is back online. Excellent. And it seems like we are producing enough. I will let the Ultimate run a little bit. We have 6 cars in stock for now. Okay, now things are returning back to normal. Stop the Ultimate. We have so many old Ultimates. They are good enough for our customers. So the old Bramble will not be facelifted anymore. It needs to hold up until the new one comes. Cleris just got a new one. Godwit is still waiting, so I don't have to do anything right now. Just need to make sure that everything's alright. So we have 25% research, that's good. Let's just collect a bit of money because all of those factories will cost. Okay, a Bramble. Bramble is brambling on. Nice. And now the economy is crashing. Okay, engine project V16 has no factories producing. There are cars in production that need it. I don't think so, because the V16 is only being used by the Ultimate V2. And the Ultimate V1 is no longer being produced. So I think this message is wrong. Company valuation is slowly reaching my money levels. Cleris factory has an issue, small issue, low difficulty, so why should I spend the money? Quiet recall. And now factory production of the Godwit has started, and yeah, we are barely making money. Production of the Bramble barely needs the demand, even at 2 shifts. Yeah, things are looking good now. And it's, by the way, it's November 1973. I'm a little bit late for the first fuel crisis. So fuel has become incredibly expensive within a minute, and the upper management is holding one crisis meeting after the other, discussing what this means for Might Motors. We just have gas guzzling V12s, V16s, okay, and one 3.5 liter inline 6. What does the oil crisis do to the company, and how can we approach this new situation? How can we make profit out of this? And which measures must be taken to reduce the risk for the company? I have an idea, but you'll have to wait for that until next episode. Until then, thanks for watching and see you all again soon. Bye bye. Hello, it's me again, der Bayer, and today our engineers take us with a pre-production prototype of the new Bramble through beautiful Fruinia. So the new Bramble is definitely a bit less muscly and more elegant than its predecessor. Let me know in the comments what you think about it. But when seeing it here on the Fruinian roads, I still got the feeling that it's quite large, and with its 3.5 liter inline 6, maybe also overpowered for mountainous and winding roads and narrow cities. And now that the fuel crisis has arrived and fuel prices go through the roof, our management is in panic mode if such large vehicles we are currently building and huge engines and fuel consumption numbers will be just too much for our customer base. And we don't know if we already have reached the tip of the iceberg, so it might happen that prices still are increasing and fuel and mobility become unachievable even for our part of the market, the richer part. So we need to be prepared, we need to have a way forward in our heads and maybe already in the factories. The goal for this episode now is to build a smaller car, a mass-produced car but still luxurious, with a luxury interior and also with a V12. We need to prove that the number of cylinders does not correlate with the fuel consumption numbers, so a small V12 for an economic city car, this is what we want to show within a concept. And if it's viable, also bring it to the market. There are also several other tasks that lie ahead of us, for example the introduction of the new Bramble, so let's get started. And here we are. The situation in general for the company looks quite good on paper, with quite balanced expenses and revenue, so we're making a little bit of profit, although we are spending around 7 million on factory construction right now. So the Godwit factory currently costs us a lot of money, and we will have another factory being built for the Bramble, and this is a bigger project. But yeah, the fuel crisis is here, and we want to be prepared in case everything collapses and our big engines don't sell anymore, and build something that's a bit more suited also to the Fruinian market, something smaller, something for the cities, but it will still have a V12, because that's our point we want to make. Luxury for the masses. And it's possible to build economical cars with V12s. So let's get right into it. So let's take a look at our demographics. City budget and city are really huge, with more than 50,000 people here. City Eco and City Premium are less big, so maybe we want to go to that in case we don't build a large factory. But budget-wise, we see City and City Eco is basically the same. City Premium is quite more rich. But if we take a look at Fruinia, we see if we want to build something for Fruinia, we have to go into the cheaper area. So let's try to build a profitable car for City Eco and just see if we can make it available at this price. And to prove our point, of course, we will select City Eco as our target demographic. And here also something new for us, we go for a front wheel drive, and let's see if we can fit the V12 transversely into there. And to make room we choose McPherson strut because it takes up less space in the engine compartment, and as a rear suspension we could go for torsion beam to make it really cheap, or I go for independent suspension. We are still premium, so let's do it like this. Here, because we have quite simple suspension, I go for this extra quality. And now it becomes interesting. How much of a V12 do we want to put into this? So maximum bore we can fit is 69, nice. But the engine is probably way too big if we go for 69 bore. So to build something economical, I'm aiming at 1.5 liters maybe of engine capacity. And with that we might even be able to go for a double wishbone, but still it will be expensive to integrate this engine and the engine itself. And with cheaper suspension we will at least increase our margin on the overall car. Again, dual overhead cam 2 valve, I don't know, it's quite expensive with regards to the production units. Direct acting would be a lot better. So maybe for this economy use case, let's try this. We'll see if it's good enough for fuel efficiency. If not, I might switch to something else. And here we have the green choice, hyper-eutectic cast for less emissions. Here for the engine, because it will be expensive, I will not use any extra quality. Yeah, mechanical fuel injection would be quite interesting. But the engineering time and probably also the material cost and everything will kill it. Single 4-barrel carb? Maybe. Okay, we could rev this thing to 10,000. I don't know if that's a good choice for an economy use case. Yeah, probably not. Don't want to run too aggressive cam, of course. But that means we could even reduce the quality for the bottom end and still have no stress. So maybe that would save us a lot on production units. And it doesn't make the engine too bad at all. So we start at 48 production units. Maybe hold it to see the difference. Then if you go to -10, yeah, we sacrifice 1% or 10% of our efficiency. Also 20% on production units. Maybe we don't go down all that much. Just like this. And look at how smooth this thing is. 93. And I can even make it more sporty by just reduce the balancing mass. I don't even need the harmonic damper. I just recognize that they also don't even cost a lot of engineering time here. And now for an eco engine, you need to get this nice yellow part down as far as possible, so that you are efficient at partial load. Power-wise, we are fine with 52 horsepower, I think. And with that, I think we're at a good starting point. We'll see what that means with regards to fuel consumption. Alright, let's start with the design then. So now that the wheels are on and we have the right rims, what do you mean design-wise? It's not the most beautiful Might for now, but it's also different, as we want to represent something different here. So please let me know in the comments what you mean about this. Does it look too cheap? Yeah, with the rims I'm not so sure. Probably should go for 14. Looks more realistic. But that will also increase the rolling resistance. Not too sure about that. Let's see. Rear brakes are drums. We need to be a bit more efficient to make sure our margin is good enough. The more you go into mass production, the more every single dollar counts. And this is where in the real automotive industry they fight for cents, basically. Everything we did so far with regards to low production numbers, there you can spend $100, $200 more on a car, nobody notices it. It's just a few 10,000 over the year. But when you sell tens of thousands of cars, then you have that immediately just by spending $1 more on the car. So now under tray. For now I go with none. We will check out if the semi-clad is worth it for fuel consumption. Oh, what I didn't recognize is that this body is just a 2+2. And then of course luxury interior, and yeah, as I said here, maybe we have to sacrifice a bit. Let's go with premium. What also eats fuel economy is power steering, so let's start with manual rack and pinion first. And in this case I would say standard safety is enough. Okay, with a target price of 10k we would sell 2,300, but nothing is green. So they don't really like our car yet. What is the issue? We are not drivable. We are comfortable. We are prestigious, of course. We are safer than the competition. We are almost as practical. We are small enough, so a smaller footprint is good here. We are reliable, but the fuel economy is pretty bad. So we need 40% more currently than our competition. So fixed drivability, fixed fuel economy. One thing I have added is an overdrive, which is very good. While we are at it, let's take a look also at how the engine fits in here. Yeah, I would say that's a really good fit. So the body would have allowed for even a little bit larger engine, but I think that's the maximum I can reasonably fit. So we're down to 7.5 liters. Let's increase the quality of the tires. It doesn't really reduce the fuel economy. Also, the rims are tiny enough. Does also not make a big difference. Okay, brake tuning is off. And now we are slowly getting there. Semi-clad just gives us 0.1, so it's not really feasible. Yeah, we have a lot of drag from our lips. Let's not do that. Car is still understeery at high speeds even. That's good. So we're down at 7.3. I can invest a little bit into quality here, in theory. Just because we care about the environment. And reduce cooling airflow a bit. And also City Eco does not need 4 seats, so let's go for 2 here. Then we have all the city categories. And we are also a lot cheaper. But we also saw that we lost many other categories, so I will definitely add a 2+2 variant for those. And we could make the car so much nicer by adding quality. I will spend 1 more quality, and I think then it's good. Let's take a look what the power steering does. 0.6 liters, so definitely we are not doing that. Also the comfort gain is not relevant. I would really love to get it below 7 liters. So we're almost there. Let me optimize the engine a little bit. And there we are, exactly 50 horsepower, 6.9 liters. I think we are pretty much done. And now let's go for the 2+2 model. And this one will be more of a basic model, so we just go for standard. I try just to separate it a little bit. There is not much we can do, but we can also just go for 4 gears. Alright, and then for the engineering, let's make this cheap to produce. That's the main focus. $60 months, looking good. Should be fairly cheap to produce. But we also need the same for the engine, and also we need an engine factory. I don't know how large the production will be and what we can afford, so we will probably have to come back to that. The question is, do we maybe also want to produce this car in Lithuania? Labor is cheaper, skill is worse, taxes are cheaper. I don't know if the taxes actually make a difference in this case. Plot costs also doesn't make a big difference. I'm just scared of how long it will take to staff the factory. But maybe it would be nice to have our small car factory in Lithuania. So here we have the Eco V12 factory. Let's start off medium. $2.5K is alright for an V12, I would say. I guess it will be really expensive if we really want to go into mass production. Especially as currently our credit score is not very high. I planned this already as a larger plot. Yeah, as expected, factories are too small. So it says I need 3 shifts and probably much more than that. And also the profit is not that big because of course these cars are just cheaper. But first we should also adjust the prices here. Okay, now the profits look more like it, and still this is not where I want to be. But I first want to check if I can actually afford it. Yeah, so we have 183% maximum coverage, so I can definitely go for bigger factories. Okay, medium 3 seems to be a good size. And we could also afford it. Oh, but the loan interest rate is pretty bad. Can I repay this with 22 million a month or not? I think I have to. Yeah, I think that's basically offsetting the profit we are making. So it's a reasonable investment. Interesting that the 2 plus 2 is more expensive and I charge less. Of course it's more expensive because it has more seats. But the other one is more prestigious. It also has nicer radio. Yeah, that's what I'm going for now as prices. And then let's just do it. Wow, 800 million. With our company valuation of 200. Alright, that's the Winley signed off. And we just have to wait 5 years for it. Let's hope the oil crisis will not be that bad and our company will still be alive until then. Is there anything else we need to do in the very near future? Company valuation now has dropped below 0 and we have a credit score of D-. Because we have so many loans. Okay, the Clearest still looks good. Also from the desirabilities, we don't need a facelift. And now I also want to save on the money I spend on facelifts. When it's not necessary, I won't facelift. Clearest is a 69 model and a 63 design. So in a few years we should also design a new Clearest. The rest is quite new and the Godwit will release soon. So maybe in 75 we will get a new Clearest, or in 76. Yeah, I would say for this episode let's aim for 76. The old Clearest will have to hold up until then. Maybe then we will make a facelift. And then the Clearest 2 will also be designed in the next episode. And then we see within this episode how the Godwit is doing and what the Bramble is doing. I think that's a good plan. Production wise, the Bramble is still at 2 shifts and now starting to reduce the pre-orders, as the Bramble 2 is also gaining on pre-orders already. Yeah, we need to start the production of the Ultimate again. And Clearest factory is also maxed out at 2, so nothing we can do here. Company valuation is rising, which is good, and we are still making money. Let me also check if our marketing is good enough for the city markets, and I don't think it is. No, certainly not. We should, of course, now with the new Winley in the making, advertise the fuel economy. That's looking better. And a small footprint needs to be advertised for Fruinia instead of 0 to 100. Now this is rising nicely. We'll also do the same here in Hedvesia and in Gasmia instead of power. So we advertise both large and small footprints, because we have suitable cars for everything. So I severely upgraded my marketing. Cannot spend too much more, I guess. Barely making profit now, which is good. Clearest is still doing good. We're selling a lot of those. Somehow it is not producing the Ultimate V2. Although the engine contract is running. Pause and unpause again. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't want to produce it anymore. So we'll just stop the pre-orders as well. Oh yeah, the Godwit is here finally. and also contributing nicely. Huge deposits, huge pre-orders. But we are definitely producing enough here. Okay. Yeah, in Fruinia we are still not very strong with our very large, very thirsty cars. It's looking better in Helvetia, but also mostly in the luxury markets. And in Gasmia we are somewhat there, but if you take a look at the overall market, in the luxury part we have only around 10%, so there's definitely room for improvement. So also maybe let's check our dealerships. Luxury premium dealers are the most happy ones because we sell them their cars for so cheap, and they can put a huge markup on top of those. But in general, looking good. Dealership levels here in the luxury part really large. The other ones are just starting out. And in Fruinia we are just starting here. So for now I'm just collecting a bit of money because the Bramble factory will also be quite a task. Taxes about 1 million a month is alright. Economy is going down a bit, but it's not too bad. And now we should feel something about the factory, but I think I've taken out a loan for this. Yeah, quite huge loans in there, 1.5 billion. And another quality issue, again a small issue with a low discovery chance for our V12. So let's do it quiet again. Claris is still holding up. No need for the new model just yet, or even for a facelift. Bramble now also finally manages to get the pre-orders down. And now the factory is done. Oh god. And this is now where we lose money again. So it's 1976. Still half a year or 8 months until the new Bramble will also be released. Why? Yeah, I was just wondering why did our income shoot up so much, but that's because of loan. More than 50% currently of our revenue is loan. That's the Bramble factory for you. So now we are out of Brambles. And the new Bramble sedan is the best selling model. It's the best pre-ordered model, we have to say. So 17,000 pre-orders already. Oh, and I just noticed our credit score is now F, because it's seriously, the company valuation is seriously going down. During construction of a new factory, the expenses are already there, you have the loan, but it doesn't calculate the partial value of the factory yet. That's why it's so bad. So once it now ticks over to August, we should get the factory value added to the company valuation, and then it should look better. And now it also says, yeah, the V16 is not produced anymore. That's the one for the Ultimate. Yeah, it should be there, but I don't know why it's not doing anything. Alright, factory is added, company valuation positive again, credit score D. Claris still holding up, but now it really goes down with regards to the pre-orders. Bramble running at 1.5 shifts. Do we need more than that? I'll probably do that for the start, because we have so many pre-orders. Let's run it at full capacity, 2 shifts. And we shouldn't have massive profits now. Boom! 62k. Oh no. Oh yeah. So Bramble gives us 50 million. of income. 20 are the loan for the new factory of the Windley and for the engineering. And our loan repayment is just 8 million? And why are we not making any money? Yeah, Bramble is still not staffed yet. Okay, so it will still increase. So let's see at the beginning of next episode how much the Bramble really will bring us. Numbers are definitely going up. 2,550 Brambles this month. Still, this is not really mass production. The Windley will push those numbers up even more. But next episode will actually be about going back to the roots, back to building the most luxurious car in the world, the Claris. The next generation Claris will be developed and maybe also a facelift for the old generation. And then we are ready to get closer to the 80s. Looking forward to that. Until then, thank you very much for watching and bye bye. Hello, it's me again, der Bayer, and we are back in Huinia with the prototype of the Windley. Yeah, the Windley was not so well received regarding its design. People say it's looking cheap, it's looking like a Fiesta, it's missing the big grille, the signature Might Motors grille. So expectations are not too large, but the upper management still is convinced that this is the solution, this is a good car, and yeah, maybe we can fix the visuals in a facelift while we are moving into the 80s. So we will see the release of the Windley very soon within this episode. So driving the Windley through the city streets definitely is a lot of fun. The 1.5 liter Eco V12 is pulling nicely, but not too powerful. The car is very, very agile. Understeering when you go into corners too fast, but very neutral off throttle. So it's really fun to smack it around the corners, and maybe we can make something out of this in a future episode. In this one we will release the Windley, we will work on the third version of the Claris, which is basically the 5th generation of our ultimate luxury car. We will make it future-proof, we'll make it more clean and more luxurious than ever, of course. And we will also prepare a top secret project, more of that later in this episode. So sit back, relax, and let's head into the office. Oh, here we are back again. Where are we? The Windley's factory is currently in construction. That's why we are also not so well positioned with regards to finances. We just made a tiny profit in the last month, coming from the new version of the Bramble. That is probably growing a bit more as the factory is still hiring. Else we have the Godwit, which could use a facelift at some point, and the Claris is still running, also still has a few open pre-orders, but we will need a new Claris. And that's what I want to start with right away. So the new Claris will be a bit of a different thing than the predecessor. People thought the predecessor was quite small. So let's go for something massive this time. Also, what I want to try is to make it the first monocoque Claris, to make it even more comfortable, more drivable, nicer. The question will just be, can we sell enough of it? And here you also can see the benefit of having some chassis quality. With 0 quality and 2 tech pool we only have an engineering time of 50. If we raise it to +2 we have 62. So let's go for the middle ground, +1. Let's also do a facelift of the current V16 engine we are using. And the most important thing here is probably to switch to single point electronic fuel injection, which will make it more economical and cheaper as well. Catalytic converter, yeah, don't know about this. In game it doesn't matter at all. We'll just add it for roleplay reasons, and it's also a bit more quiet then. So in order to make it also a bit more powerful than the predecessor, I had to go for a bit more aggressive cam, but I think we're doing fine. Alright, let's see what we can make out of this one. And this is it. This is the clearest. Hopefully elegant enough for a luxury model. Let me know what you think about it. Still need to adjust the rims and the tire offset, but the rest should be pretty final. So we're already scoring pretty well, even without having fine-tuned it. But we also can see that the body is already too old. It's a 1970s design. Didn't find anything else I liked. So, yep, that's the way it is. So I can barely get enough braking power out of these to stop it, but it's enough. And with that I'm pretty much happy. Above 70 in comfort and prestige, that's pretty good. So the competition is typically pretty bad everywhere, 20, 30 points less than I have. Just drivability is a bit better for our competition. So I think we're doing pretty well. And maybe let's rev the engine a bit to see how this V16 actually sounds. Pretty decent, I would say. And with that, let's focus on the more mass production model, and the convertible. For this one we'll design a new engine because our existing engine is from 1946, so maybe we'll just build a new V12, maybe just 6 liters should be plenty. Aiming for around 250 horsepower. Yeah, pretty happy with that one. Zero quality all around. And for the rest of the car I'll basically just reduce the quality. And the convertible version. Engineering wise, 6 years is the target as always, and let's try to do it by not too much sacrificing reliability. 6 years, 72 months, alright. The V16 is pretty nice. Can spend a lot of time on this. 27 million I think is fine. Basically just reduced funding, and we're definitely more efficient here in producing this in our contract. This one, the new V12, is a bigger problem. I still have my V12 factory. I just need to check which engine is used by the Godwit. I don't want to take it away. It's the 8 liter V12. I think we need to do a facelift for the Godwit so that it also gets the new engine. The V12 8.5, that's the Godwit, and the V12 7.5, that's the Cleris engine. So I think we don't need to do a Godwit facelift. Yeah, and I see that we so far had the V12 just as a contract, so we need a new factory for the Cleris. I wanted to put the Ultimate into the workshop again, but that's not possible anymore now that they are using monocoque. So we all have to produce them in a medium factory. That's not optimal, because the Ultimate version will definitely slow down the overall production. But yeah, we're not playing optimally anyway. And the Cleris factory is not on a large enough plot, so we need a new plot for that and a new factory for that as well. So again, this will be quite expensive. So here you see the load for the V16 contract is probably too high, but I don't think they are using the right numbers. We won't build so many Ultimates, so it will be fine. So pricing, luxury premium, we will go for 200k maybe. Luxury in general for about 35 to 40, and for the convertible we can go for 245 maybe, or maybe 40, so 35-40. Forecast is looking decent. Yeah, the required numbers are not there yet, but markets are growing, so I'm not concerned. So overall cost is 500 million. The timing is not so good because our big factory is not yet ready, and that's why we don't get very good loans right now, but I probably want to play it safe and at least take 50% of that as a loan, just to be on the safe side. I'm losing track of all of my loans, so let's go with that. Alright, let's let it run a little bit and see how the Bramble is received in the market and where we are financially. and then adjust probably our research a bit, because we're pretty low there. Credit score F, company valuation awful, but it will be better in 78. Bramble production is still rising, and now we're also back in profit range, so we can increase our research. Currently we're at 10.2. I want to go to at least to 16-17 million here. And let's also invest a bit into aspiration, because I want the turbos. The average values are still so low, it's amazing. By spreading out my research so much, the lab costs are really high, but I don't know if I want to change that. Alright, let's go with this. What about the Godwit? Is it still doing well? Yeah, I think so. I think we're still fine. Godwit is definitely the candidate for the next new car. Probably 1979 or something like that. Or 1980. 1980, yeah, let's go for 12 years. And then 1980 would be the time for the Godwit. I could also do a bit more marketing now. Just spamming all the points here. The Bramble is now slowly reducing the pre-orders. That's good. Godwit, we have a bit in stock, but that's okay. We are in 1978 now. I would like to wait until the Winley is done, properly done, because this is dragging down our company valuation, this factory construction. And once we have the factory added to our company valuation, we are able to get proper loans again. Good. We get plenty of pre-orders now for the Winley, which is nice. It's already our highest selling model, even if it's not yet on the market. Alright, how is it looking now? I think it's alright. Winley is selling. Our company valuation is positive again, which is good, even though it's really low. And we are paying off 25 million of loans per month and have a very balanced income. Excellent. That's looking pretty good. Production is also large enough. We can sell off our pre-orders. Yeah, I think things are looking good so far. So let's try something a bit more fun. It's now 1979, and we have heard that in 1977 a company entered the Formula 1 with a certain yellow teapot, and it showed that the yellow teapot with a 1.5 liter turbocharged engine was quite quick, even though unreliable, hence the name. And the upper management has decided that we also want to have some of that prestige and also the technology of the turbocharger for the future. So let's enter Formula 1, they said. At least as an engine provider, but maybe even designing a new car. So let's see if we can get a 1.5 liter engine with turbochargers for Formula 1 running. Of course, this is all top secret. Nobody may know about it, so please keep quiet. We'll go for a V6 here. And it needs to rev, so let's see what we can do. This will be the most advanced engine we have built so far. So naturally aspirated, we're already at 175 horsepower. We need to get a bit more out of this. turbo it is. We already have some tech pool, which is good. Which kind of fuel can we use? So I think this needs proper fuel. We won't sell this anyway. But then I can also go for the leaded version. Yeah. So single turbo or twin? It's also a good question. Let's try twin. Oh, we definitely get some surge stress. So it's not easy to get power from it. For the first iteration I would like to get something about 650 horsepower maybe. And maybe I need to go for a single turbo. I think it's easier there. Oof, this is hard. This is hard. Oh, Conrads are giving up already. .500 horsepower. I can get more by increasing the turbo hole. Oh, this is quite the quality spam. But it's not possible otherwise. Alright, target achieved. We have a pretty wide power band with more than 3000 RPM on power. So let's go with this one. We can also do a facelift at some point. It's pretty lightweight with 154 kilograms, so that's quite good. I can extract a bit more power. Should be pretty competitive for the early turbo years. So let's see how long it actually takes. Oh yes, 10 years. Reliability is not a concern, of course. Okay, we can easily get it done in 3 years. That would be 1982. We still would have some years of F1 ahead of us. So I think turbos ran until 1985 or something. So let's go for the 3 years. And it only cost us 15 million, so it's pretty much alright. I used the racing contract for it, even though we won't need any engines as of now. No loan, pretty cheap. So let's do one more year before we finalize this, and then I think in 1980, in the next episode, we will design a car matching this engine so that we can actually try it out. So a Formula 1 car, even though it has nothing to do with campaign. The Claris 3 is already selling. I need to name it accordingly. That's the proper name. Yeah, things are looking excellent. Company valuation is now rising properly. The Winley is also doing well. And it's interesting that the 2+2 version, which is worse, sells a lot better, but it's also a lot cheaper, of course. Alright, we have arrived in the 1980s. Company is doing good. We have still money in the bank for our F1 project. For next episode, we will do the new Godwit, our muscle car, in the next episode. Something I also look forward to. But yeah, that's it for this episode. I hope you had fun, I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you don't mind the cliffhanger again. So thank you all for watching, and see you all again next time. Bye bye. Hello, it's me again, der Bayer, and we are back in automation for our luxury campaign with Might Motors. And as a CEO, we of course already have the privilege to drive a prototype of the next generation Cleris, the most luxurious and comfortable car on the planet. It has become quite massive again, similar to the Mark II and in true 80s style. The first reception was mixed again. Some liked the sheer mightiness of it, some say the elegance of a luxury car is missing. But what it truly does by its aesthetics is to convey the message of how successful the person inside the car must be. And it also feels special to drive the car or to be driven in it. Just sometimes the V16 lets you know it is there, pushing you along your journey. So the job has been completed successfully. Talking about completion. The next automation update is imminent, bringing nice new features for the campaign with it. Most importantly, the emission stuff gets a complete overhaul and will finally have an impact on campaign. I will have an eye on it, and as soon as the campaign mode looks stable enough, I will probably bring this playthrough to a bit of an earlier end, and start with a more challenging setting in the new version. So just be warned, this one might be over at some point in the near future, but this is also not yet the last episode. This episode will first of all focus on our racing efforts. 80s racing just was insane with Group B, Group C and turbocharged F1 cars. We'll try to get at least a foot into F1. And we have started this project last time with the F1 engine project, a 1.5 liter V6 with 600 horsepower. Now we need to get the chassis and the car done, so let's get started. And here we are. The first action for today is to rename the Cleris. It was not the third generation, of course it was the second. So what is the current situation? Expenses and revenue are pretty much balanced, but only because we are paying off loans big time, 25 million per month. Our main contributor to our revenue is the Bramble, but the Winley also already takes up a big chunk. The Godwit is pretty old and probably needs a facelift very soon, and a new version of course. Bramble could also use a facelift at some point. We see the desirability is dropping. The Winley is still fine. The Cleris is currently being engineered, so all good on that front. We could also try to restart the ultimate version of the Cleris for a few months. We still have a few pre-orders, so let's try that. But first of all, let's do what we had planned and build a car for our top secret engine project, which will be released in 2 years. So we have 2 years to get out the racing car. As a category, I just choose Track Premium, but we won't sell anything anyway because we are using a fuel type that's not available. So the chassis of our F1 project is pretty much straightforward. Fiberglass on a steel space frame, mid-longitudinal and double wishbone. We can invest quality here. If we cannot get it out in time, let's reduce it, but in general this should reduce the weight a bit, so that's why I'm going for it. As the engine, we can select our current engine, which is in engineering. So the basics are done, let's head to the design. Alright, we're done. So to make it look like this, you maybe have seen that the chassis was poking through and stuff like that. What I did is to hide suspension. Of course, the spring and damper combination is a bit weird. We would need pushrod for this. Then also in the advanced trim tab, in the visibility section, I just hide the chassis. And then for the slick tires, what I did is to reduce depth and contrast of the tread. And then I increased a bit the shininess. So it looks like this. And for the tire shape, I played around with these sliders a little bit. We still have rims to do. Alright, I think that's good enough. And on to tuning. I think for the tires we can afford a little bit of quality, just for a bit more grip. And most importantly for this one is of course aerodynamics. What I did to get higher cornering Gs is just to stack the front lips, so there are multiple of those, and also multiple of rear wings. We don't have the ground effect. We're bottoming out quite a lot due to the high downforce setting. Still cannot get it to properly understeer at high speeds. Bit of a weird camber setup, but it somehow works. Alright, I think it doesn't get much better than this. 300 kilometers an hour top speed. It's quite a high downforce setup, so I think that's good. And we still have some weight optimization to do. Almost forgot about it. Mostly in the safety department. And brought it down below 700 kilos, which is nice. Bit more aero quality should improve the overall performance. And I spaced out the gears a bit differently because we have wheel spin anyway. So I decreased the gaps higher up in the rev range. Okay, and with this, let's see how it does on the track. Pretty decent time, 150. I think we can start with that. So can we get this out within 2 years? Faster? Yes, we can. Excellent. Reliability, of course, is not an issue. Racing reliability compared to road car reliability is something completely different, so I have no problem setting this to 0 here. And there we are at 2 years. Or I'd rather learn a bit from it and invest more money. 27 million. And this one will be placed in our racing workshop. No profit because we won't sell any car anyway, so we can also just reduce our spending here. I will immediately kill the production once it has been started. So we can afford this without a loan, and we sign it off, and then we're ready for the 1982 Formula 1 season. And then I would say let's do some maintenance on the Godwit and the Bramble. Then let's wait for 1 more year, and then I think it's already time to end this episode and then have the Godwit in the next one. Alright, let's start with the Godwit and create a facelift. So here advanced automatic would be available. Question is, do we want to do it? Mostly we are using super and hypercar market by doing that, but comfort would of course be a lot better. I'd rather stick with the manual just to separate it from the Clearis a bit more. We can have vented discs to remove the brake fade. We can improve our entertainment. We can increase safety. It's quite a lot for a facelift, from my point of view. Optimize suspension. Then we're good. I didn't facelift the engine now, so no catalytic converter. Alright, 3 years. And then it still has 4 years to run until the next Godwit probably comes out. Do we want to go into a medium factory already? No, I think that's the step for the next Godwit. Let's properly pay our workers. That's a good setup. Around 1.5 shifts. Oh, engine factories, they say overwork, but as long as we're running only 2 shifts, we're good here. Just that the engine factory wears out quite a bit. Alright, no loan for this. And the Bramble also with a facelift. And I think for the Bramble maybe I go for... Yeah, I think the Bramble could use the advanced automatic. For 1.7 points more I won't update the safety. Yeah, the Bramble is quite luxurious and a bit of a competitor to the luxury model itself, to the Claris. Let's do something similar here for the wagon. Increase my margin a bit by reducing quality of interior. And for the fastback I will keep the manual gearbox to separate it out and to get into the fun markets. Also no engine replacement as of now. 3 years as well. And now we can afford a bit more automation to pump out more cars. I should remember to update the engine factory at least because the tooling will be worn out. Hopefully I can time that so that it happens in parallel to the factory update of the Bramble. Alright, prices. What did I do before that? Let's aim a bit higher. Oh, this is quite expensive. Because of the tooling updates we did, I play it safe and take 50% from a loan. And now let's also try to produce a few of the ultimates. But still does not want to produce them, right? Run one more tick. Not really, so pause them again. For the Godwit we actually have stock, also for the Claris. Quality issue here for the Bramble. Yeah, let's do a full recall. Oh, it's so expensive. Let's do a quiet one. So soon the Claris factory will be built and then our profits will be tanking. And we're in 1981. The economy is really going through the roof now, so it's time to get all of those facelifts out. Yeah, we're losing money now, and this will go on for quite a while, but if it's at this rate, we're safe. Let's check again on our situation. Production level for the Winley is fine. We already have plenty of pre-orders in the books. just not for the Ultimate. Facelift for the Bramble already is collecting pre-orders as well. The desirability looks a lot better than for the old one. And for the Godwit as well, look at this. The Cleres, yeah, the Cleres is just desirable in the luxury market, but we are still selling plenty of him. Let's take a look at where we sell. So these are our overall market shares. It's not like we are providing luxury for the masses as of now, it's just for the 1 or 2% who actually want it. But within our bubble it's looking better. Yeah, we are always a bit on the overpriced side, but we have a pretty nice and wide coverage of the overall market now. Supercars are missing, light sports is missing, but that makes sense, we don't have any cars for that. And of course all of the utility, off-road and delivery markets. But this is not what our company is about. The company is about luxury cars and prestige, and our prestige project, the F1, will be done within 1 year. The Cleres, our flagship, will be out in 1.5 years, and in next episode we'll design a new Godwit, our muscle car or our sporty side of things. I don't know if we will just stick to the muscle or if we also branch off into a bit into the supercar direction. So let's see, let's find out next time. Until then, thanks for watching and bye bye. Hello, it's me again, the buyer, and we are back on track with our luxury campaign Let's Play, currently testing the F1 prototype. We want to enter into, Formula 1, obviously. Please ignore the wobbling bits in the rear of the car. I have no idea what's going on there. Maybe the mod body I'm using is a little bit screwed up. I tried to reinforce it with additional struts and stuff, but still it always wobbles. We try to get back into motorsports with this 1.5 liter turbo V6. The car itself is driving alright, it's a bit on the understeery side. I tried to fix that with changing a bit in suspension and aero, but with little success. But else it's actually somewhat drivable. Just this whole wobbling part in the rear is really a problem, because somehow the aero simulation of beam messes around with that, and once you go over 260 kilometers an hour, things really break and you will then get asymmetrical drag and the car becomes uncontrollable. So that's why I stick to below 260 kilometers an hour there to just try to stay on track. So what's our plan for the future? F1 project is going, but we're probably still a bit down on power compared to our competition. So we will do updates to the engine, as long as Formula 1 allows to have turbo engines. And in addition to that, we will bring a new Godwit, and I have something special in mind for that. So the old Godwit was a huge car with 8.5 liter V12. But I think the future points into a little bit of a different direction with regards to technology in general, and we want to show that we are capable of handling most recent technology. So let's bring turbo also into serious production. That's definitely something that will happen for the new Godwit. In the meantime, the F1 prototype has done a sub 150. It did 150 in the automation track simulation, so at least we're better than that driving it ourselves. I think then that's good for now for our first test. And let's head into the office. Alright, we're back in the office, and the situation is not looking so good on paper. We're losing quite a bit of money, but that's mostly due to factory construction for the Cleres 2. And we have a lot of engineering going on. Of course, the F1 car, the Bramble, and the Godwit also with a first facelift. Long overdue facelift, I must say, because it will already get a replacement within this episode. The old Cleres is still being manufactured, but will be replaced anytime soon in 1.5 years by the new one. So the economy is looking good, finances should be looking better as soon as we get through all of this stuff and as soon as we get our facelifts out, because currently also our facelifts are already eating into our profits because we are having a lot of pre-orders. So I'd like to start with the next generation Godwit right now, but I had an idea, and that is we could reuse our F1 efforts to place the 1.5 liter V6 in the Godwit. So it's not really a muscle car, but more like a technology demonstrator. What you can achieve with small engines and a turbo, that you still can have very sporty and fast car, and it would then rather be going into the super and hypercar market, which basically the supercar market has just started. Hypercar is not there yet, but yeah, supercar, convertible supercar are becoming more and more relevant, and we could go into there instead of muscle premium. Muscle premium also is somewhat covered by the Bramble, and you could say by the Cleris a bit as well, even though with the automatic suspension and squishy suspension, it's not as sporty. But in general it should help with the margins. They almost have double the budget than muscle premium. So let's try to get into convertible super and super. But the downside is I cannot do that right now, because I have to wait for the F1 engine to be finished, because I don't want to place the current F1 engine, which is very prototypical and very explosive, into a series production model. So I will wait until the end of 1981 and then detune it and make it more feasible and more drivable for the series production use case. Maybe we can also do a facelift of the Winley at some point, but probably when all of my other stuff is finished, because I don't want to have so many pre-orders and no profits anymore. Alright. There we are, F1 car is ready, so we're entering F1 in 1982, but we immediately need to work on a successor. So Godwit, F1, and then wait until Cleris 2 and Bramble 2 are done, and then we'll get into the Winley facelift as well. Let's get started, and I would say we'll start with the F1 car and with the engine, so an engine update for the F1 and an engine downgrade for the series production. I aim for 2 years of update time, so it's the 1984 F1 version then. And let's see how much more power we can get out of the engine for the next season. So we'll definitely not hit above 1000 horsepower, which is basically what they had in qualifying trim. I'm more aiming at the end of its lifespan, maybe at 800, 900 horsepower, and at a substantial upgrade for this one, while still somewhat maintaining a usable rev range. We could get up to 1000 horsepower and just have 500 RPM of usable power band, but that's not what makes sense. So mostly I try to achieve it with a bigger turbo and more boost. The boost control does add a bit of usable RPM range, but I'm not sure if we can afford that engineering wise. Let's see. Yeah, I would go for something like this, 675 horsepower. And I will leave the engine pretty much untouched, I guess. Yeah, just go for a fully clad under tray to get some experience there as well. ABS is not something I want in my Formula 1 car. Yeah, the rest is fine. Car is also good engineering time-wise, and we can learn a bit. We could even learn a bit more. So I want to get to 2 years, and maybe I just invest a bit more in aerodynamics quality and gain familiarity there. So I cannot make this project last any longer. I could update tooling and process, but it's not relevant as we're not manufacturing this basically prototype car. So why not spend it on something useful? Below 700 kilos again. Oh, and now we're too long. Yeah, aero quality is contributing the most. Yeah, 5 million for this update is decent. Let's see if we can afford the engine. Oh yeah, easily. In theory I could invest a lot more, but maybe let's first check if this is still the case when I add a new trim here. So our production model. I will aim for around 450 horsepower, let's say 400, because the supercars of the time had, I think the F40 around 480 in this region, so definitely not above 500. And we want to have it drivable, so smaller turbo gap here. Let's see what we can do. The question is, can we reduce the turbo lag with 2 turbos? I will try that quickly. I think it's pretty hard to tune. Let's start properly. Unleaded fuel. So I think most supercars are in Fruinia. Let's check that again. Yeah, 100 of my 170 are in Fruinia. So I will just go for 91 run so far. Typically in reality you would rather go for 95 or something even more, but I want to sell it in Fruinia. Now let's go away from race parts, except for maybe the headers. I think race headers still make sense. Should also look nice. Yeah, definitely want to keep those. Definitely still have a loudness problem and also no catalytic converter. 1.5 bar is plenty, I guess. Go down a bit in quality as well, especially for the top end, to make it more viable and our margins better. Still is not looking too good. If we want to make some power, yeah, I don't like the curve so far. So with 2 turbos I get it to spool at around 5000. With 1 turbo pretty much the same. So I probably stick to the 1 turbo to make it not so much different from the F1 engine. I think this is as good as it gets. 370 horsepower only. Yeah, the race intake would do a lot, but I don't want to do that on a series production car. I think this is looking good. 350 horsepower. Still plenty if we can keep it somewhat light. Okay, we're still doing good engineering time wise, but because there's now a series production engine in there, I want to increase a few of those sliders. Let's get it to 2 years, like the car. Oh, the reliability slider would be more important than tooling and process. Racing contract for the race engine. Doesn't really matter. And some other contract. I think I can reuse this old one. Or I might even need my own factory. The Godwit, what does it use? I think it's the 8.5, right? It's definitely from 68. Again, quite expensive with 4 trucks now. Factory for the F1 car doesn't matter. And I will not yet sign off. I will first go into designing the Godwit. And yes, one of my favorite bodies is available. I probably could get away with something smaller, but we are still Might Motors, so. Chassis is a pretty standard Might Motors setup, I would say. I think in this case I could even go for a bit of quality, maybe 2 out of 3. And then let's choose our new engine, 350 horsepower. Limited slip diff. Tires are definitely too large. Maybe I also make them bigger in the rear. But before I finish the car, let's first design. Alright, there we have it. Exhaust is not connected. Let me fix that. Okay, wiggling with the engine sliders has helped. I think this is looking good, and let's continue. Yeah, this is again a question. I think for this very sporty application, let's not use power steering, and because it's a technology demonstrator, we might use this as a chance to gain some familiarity with ABS. It will be easier to do it here in a smaller scale production model than in one of our large scale models. And maybe even we go for all out suspension stuff. This is high budget. You can use any chance to gain familiarity for one of these more advanced parts. Roll angle is non-existent, so let's reduce the sway bars. There it is, certainly quite quick already, but we can invest a bit in aero and also reduce our angles here. Yeah, at least make it go above 300 kilometers an hour. That's good. Comfort is not that important, so I would rather go for sport here, but because we're motors, we are only allowed to go for luxury or handmade. And we want the prestige, so let's go for handmade. Let's check on the power steering. Yeah, definitely no power steering here. 7 points of sportiness. Safety wise, yeah, let's go for the advanced 80s. We already have some familiarity, it should be fine. Or we have the we also have the ABS here, so I not go for advanced 80s but rather for advanced 70s, because we will spend the engineering time on ABS. We can make it a bit lighter. Weight distribution is already at the rear because the engine is so light, so let's balance it out a bit more. Still a bit rear heavy, but it's okay. So on the spring side we could make it a bit more sporty, but I think we are already pretty well done and we cover a lot of the important markets. So that's our new muscle slash supercar, muscle car with 1.5 liter engine. And now let's add a convertible trim and then we are done. I could even think about adding a more entry-level sports car trim, but I will check that when I see how much of my factory I am already using. Automatic soft top. Convertible Super is the target category, and it is really heavy. Oh god. Brakes are definitely at their limit. Yeah, I don't think 400 kilos more just for a convertible is realistic, but that's how it is. Stats wise, 5.3 seconds 0 to 100. Main contributor chassis, so maybe I get rid of some quality here. Aerodynamics, can also reduce that a bit, and then we should be pretty good. Driver assists, 0 engineering time. I thought I had ABS. It didn't do too much. It's just too much in every area, so let's try to get this working in a reasonable amount of time. Reasonable, you could say 5 years is already reasonable. I might just go with this. Yeah, I think I will just stick with this and make it a bit cheaper. 5 years, that's good. So then, factory. Oh no, the Godwit factory is still being tooled because of the facelift that's currently going on. And that's another year, but I definitely don't want to wait another year. Do I need a new one for this now, or? So what's also going on is that the Claris will move into this medium factory, so maybe I can use the small factory from the old Claris. Yeah, that's only in 7 months, so we can certainly use the old Claris factory. I could also rename my engine project at some point. It's no longer secret, I guess. Engine load is fine. And this is a very manual project, so automation slider needs to be down. Yeah, I see there's definitely room for an entry-level model, because we're currently around 1.5 shifts with these prices, and these prices are not what I want to have. But if I also want to get into the muscle premium, I need to lower it. Yeah, I think I'll just go with the lower prices and don't have a supercar priced model. So for the supercar convertible, definitely makes sense to just raise the price. The convertible sport is so far away. We can definitely stay in the high range there, and then this will also cater to the overall supercar. Let's go with something like that. One shift is alright. And now, very important, we cannot sign off everything together, because then our F1 engine will come out in 5 years, and we want to have our F1 car in 1984, not in 1987. So first off, we sign off the F1 car and the engine projects. Both will last 24 months. Do we need a loan? That's a very good question, because we currently pay a lot of factory upgrades. I will play it safe. Same as for the Godwit, which now can use the signed-off engine. 80%, 60 months. Decent loan interest rate. And let's sign this one off. And then we have this one in the line. Very good. So let's see. In 1 year we have many new projects being released and finished. And once they are done, I will work on an update for the Winley. And then we can play until 1984 for this episode. Economy is tanking again. And I hope my money lasts until the new projects are being released. And I think the pre-orders will kick in very soon. We also need to upgrade our marketing and research once we're back in the green. Okay, Claris, please help. We will be there soon. Okay, pre-orders kicking in now. Claris has helped already a bit. The old one is still being produced, it looks like, so let's pause the production and pre-orders here. Yeah, and then this factory will be taken over by the Godwit anyway, at some point. Oh, still losing big money. 2 months to go, maybe we can hold out with our cash. Yeah, I could sell the Claris for scrap, but it's only 3 million of cash, so I won't do that. Luckily something kicked in and we have got a bit of money, but let's see. We already have 2 nice messages here. Godwit factory costs a bit more, that's alright, and the Bramble as well. God damn it, 55 million. I will not pay that from cash, I will have to refinance that and pay 3.5 more. So what would be really nice is to actually see how much cash you have on the screen. Now it's all blurred out, and luckily I know that I have around 50-60 million, and I know that I cannot pay it from cash. So the 55 million I have refinanced are added to this, so I had exactly 56 million. So Claris is doing good. 130 million of factory construction in last month. Holy. But yeah, our lineup is much stronger. I will wait for 1 more month to get the real numbers and then work on the Winley facelift. And our company valuation is back up again. Okay. I think we're back in the game. Research, marketing, yeah, needs a nice upgrade, and the Winley as well. So let's go and aim for about 30 million of R&D cost. Of course I'm wasting money with splitting all my R&D in different areas, but yeah, that's just how I do it. So actual research is 6.6 million, lab costs 11. This is a good setup now, a bit more in driver assist as well, because that's the expensive stuff. And marketing, we spend currently around 15 million. Yeah, what I also want to do is go a bit into off-road, because I want to start with an SUV next episode. So this is now almost doubled our marketing cost. Don't know if it's too much, but I'll do it anyway. Numbers are still looking good, and I will now update the Winley. And what we could do with it is not only make it an Eco V12, but make it an Eco V12 Turbo. I think that would be quite good for marketing purposes. So we will replace our variant and slap a turbo on it, and it brakes, of course. Quad Eco Turbo V12? I don't think so, but maybe twin turbo. Low boost. Oh, we also have twin scroll now. Let's try to get it spooling. Still don't see anything. Okay, now we're getting there. We definitely need to get it to spool earlier. Yeah, the twin scroll helps. It's also a lot more expensive. Still, we have a lot of search issues, and I cannot spend a lot more money on quality. I should maybe also get away from carbs. And from race intake, maybe? Yeah, that's already looking a bit healthier. Still surging. Yeah, now the reliability is back, but I want to get it to spool a bit earlier. Alright, smaller exducer, larger inducer helps. Look at that. Look at that. Almost 80 horsepower and very nice torque curve. I think we're doing pretty well with this one. Might be a bit on the expensive side, especially on the material costs, but yeah, nothing comes for cheap here. It's too good. A diff is also something we would like. Maybe a geared one. That's what we know at least. Oh, look at the fuel consumption, it's already down to 6.2. Brakes is still decent, I also can stick with the drums. And yeah, new entertainment package. ABS, yes, no. No, not for our entry level. Safety upgrade is probably too expensive for a facelift. I think we're there with this one. And because we have changed so much, I will delete the old 2+2 model and just added new. Body age penalties are kicking in, so the Winley also needs a successor at some point. This one is bottoming out a bit. Alright, yeah. Quick update. 2 years. Engine will probably take longer, yeah. Ouch. Suboptimal. So we can also make the car more efficient then. Okay, for an engine. Bit too much. And let's bring the car to 44 months. Yeah, at least we can learn. Yeah, we're still in a nice range here. Hey, and now the 2+2 model is more expensive. Because I set it to fun, and not to city as a target demographic. And no loan this time. So the factory will be quite expensive because I put a lot more tooling into the engine factory. The Winley will have to run a bit longer then, now with this nice upgrade. But definitely we should have it on the list to be updated at some point. Also the Bramble needs one. It's getting late. Alright, so let's go until 1984 I would say, and then call it a day. Oh yeah, the Winley has dropped in desirability. That costs us big time right now. Or is it this? Why is it so? Why do we have problems now? What's going on? Definitely the Bramble. Or no, Godwit has fallen down. We don't deliver any Godwits anymore. That's because of our replacement of some engine factory. And I shouldn't have done that because the next generation Godwit still takes a lot of time. So let's see if we can produce that engine again. Yeah, the mistake I made was the F1 engine, I couldn't align it with the Godwit release. I had to get it out earlier because the F1 project needs to be on time, and the series production engine is already tooling the factory right now. So even if the car is only being produced far down the line, it's already building the factory. So what I should have done is to basically not yet schedule it in the engine factory, but rather do it half a year before the Godwit release, so that only then the engine factory is being turned down. So in the meantime I will just use one of my contracts to get the Godwit back on track. It will be heavily overworked, but I can add another contract. It's very expensive. So I add another one. Well, the engine actually costs more than the car. But at least we're getting rid of our pre-orders again, hopefully. No, not yet. And I guess it's also still tooling, yeah. And I need to raise the price of the Godwit a little bit so that it doesn't lose us as much money. Especially as the contract is overworked anyway. This will now also be expensive regarding pre-order change. So the Godwit is losing us 1.5 million per month, but that's fine. I can live with that cost. So now it's 1984, we're back on track. Let's see what changed, that we have less expenses now. And it's basically loan repayment. Yeah, went down from 24 million to 7 million, so almost all of our loans are already gone. My Godwit engine contracts are still being overworked, but I think that will clear itself out once we get rid of the old pre-orders. Here for the Clearest we still have some pre-orders, but those will be cleared once the factory is cleared. Bramble is still doing excellent. And I should raise the prices at some point, or whatever. I think we're already at the limit with the shifts. Winley is being engineered. Clearest is doing well. First generation, excellent profits. 2 ultimates per month are also sold. Getting rid of the pre-orders. And the Godwit already is collecting a few pre-orders as well. So everything is set. Next time we will do a update again of our F1 engine. Let's get into the 700 horsepower area. The F1 turbo engines have been running until 1988, so I can get out 2 more updates if I focus on this release schedule, and then we should be turbo experts by the end of that time. And also in 1984, what I want to start now is to get into the off-road utility sports market. So a utility sport luxury has a budget of 47k. The market is not very large yet, especially with limited awareness, but I think it will grow, and also this is a huge segment we are not currently selling into. This is how it looks like as of now, limited to our awareness, and this is overall. So now we have a luxury market share of 13 to 20%, which is good, and just very small numbers everywhere else, but not everybody wants to have the luxury at the cost that it's currently taking. It's their choice. We have good cars. The new Winley has excellent fuel consumption as well. So let's see how we do in the future. Until then, thank you all for watching, and see you guys next time. Bye bye.